Halfway through this six-match series, it's the North American attack here in the Netherlands, but so far the hosts have not dropped a game in either format. Today it'll be Canada back on the rack, taking on the Dutch, hoping to keep their perfect record alive. I'm Mr. Maximo, welcome to the Netherlands. This is the Dutch T20I Tri Series and it starts right now. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Match 4 here in this ECN Netherlands T20I Tri Series. And once again we'll see Canada taking on the Netherlands. These two, they did meet in match number 1. Canada, they were able to post something in the 150s, but it wasn't quite enough. Netherlands, they're looking strong at the moment, aren't they, with the bat? Very confidently they were able to chase that down in match 1. I can tell you we are coming to you from the beautiful SV Kampong ground in Utrecht in the Netherlands, and I'm just going to take you through the conditions because this is the pitch that was used yesterday and in fact the first part of this series, and it was runs, wasn't it? Yesterday, despite the rain they had during the second day of the tournament, we saw the Netherlands putting on a big score, over 200. This is the new pitch we're seeing today. To be honest, it has much the same characteristics. It's very, very hard. I think there'll be good bounce, good carry. I think it looks pretty consistent as well. Slight covering of grass. Maybe we'll see a little bit of sideways movement early, but I think if I win the toss here, I'm having a bat. Let's talk conditions as well. Quite a nice day. Not quite as hot as Rome, where I've come from, but it's currently 21 degrees, expecting a maximum temperature of 22. Well, the coin toss, it is also important, and Andrew Leonard, great to have you with us. He's standing by with the two captains, Canada versus the Netherlands in match number 4. Coin toss on the way.
Okay, time for the toss. It's a magic Monday. We've got a really good clash in prospect between Canada and the Netherlands. The key men are alongside me in the middle. It's Nicholas Curtin, the captain of Canada, Scott Edwards, the captain of the Netherlands, and our ICC match referee as well. Nick, you've got the coin this time. Do you want to give it a toss? Tails is the call, and it comes down as a tail. Okay, Scott, you finally won a toss. It took a little while. What are you going to do, please, and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first. Yeah, I think that seems like there's maybe a little bit of moisture in the wicket, but I think, as we've seen the past few days, it's a pretty good wicket for the whole day.
Is one of the big challenges today the back-to-back games, and actually we're even a bit earlier in the day, less than a 24-hour turnaround for you and your team. Not going to be easy to stay perfect, stay unbeaten on this tour?
No, but I think for us, we're pretty good at doing all our recovery processes and things like that. So, yeah, team's fit and healthy and ready to go today.
Any changes to your starting 11?
Yeah, we've got one change. We've got Brandon Glover coming in for Arjen Dutt.
Okay, just quickly on him, it's great to see him back in Dutch colours, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been 18 months. He's had a few injuries and things like that, but great guy around the group and really excited for the skill set he brings for us.
Wishing him and you well today. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, the Dutch winning the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. Nick, you've lost the toss finally. It had to come at some point. What would you like to have done?
Yeah, we would have had a bowl first as well. Looking at pitch, it has on a bit more grass and probably looks a little bit darker than the previous strip used, so we would have had a bowl.
Has this turned into a bit of a horror tour for you? You haven't won a game, or are the spirits still good in the camp?
I think the spirit's still good, especially the change of format. Obviously, last game didn't play, but first game, the batting came together a little bit after a shaky start, and then last game probably fell away a bit at the end after a good start. So looking forward to today to try to put together a complete batting performance and then obviously back it up with the ball.
How important is it to take at least one win from your last 2 matches?
Yeah, ideally, obviously, winning is a habit, so try to get the win today, and ideally if we can go 2 for 2, that would be perfect. Good way to finish going into the home series, but we'll just take today at a time and obviously try to get that result.
Okay, finally, just quickly, any changes to your team?
Yeah, one change, Jeremy Gordon out and Akil Kumar comes in for his debut.
Okay, wishing him all the best on his debut as well. Cheers, Nick. That's the news from the middle. Netherlands, they finally won a toss. Scott Edwards, he's decided to have a bowl first. It's over to Vinny Sandhu and Corey Ruckers.
Thanks very much, Andrew Leonard. Yes, in the central commentary position. And yes, can you believe it? The world might have stopped and spun the other way because Scotty Edwards has won the toss. I was a little bit surprised maybe that he decided to bowl. Having said that, when these two teams did meet on the opening day of this series on Friday, it was the Dutch that won, batting second. On that occasion, they held Canada to 152 off the 20 overs. and the Netherlands were able to win with more or less 4 overs to spare. Let's have a look at the two teams, and you heard there at the toss, Nicholas Curtin says that it'll be a debut for Akil Kumar, so a big moment for him. I'm sure about that. Also, great to see Glover back, and he's had his struggles with injuries and had very inopportune moments this season. And Scotty Edwards, didn't he bash them yesterday? In fact, I heard he might be on the run from the law because he did put a ball into a police car. And also, Levitt, he's in some sort of form at the moment. Vikram listed to bat 3. Zach Lancashire as well. I'm sure he'll appreciate another opportunity. Kyle Klein as well. I've got to say, he bowled very well the other day, taking some of those key wickets, which will be important here. Canada 28%, probably fair enough. If you look at how they've gone this tour, I mean, they've had patches, I suppose, where they've been competitive but haven't quite strung a whole game together. For them, Ravinder Pal Singh has been a bit of a wild card in the batting lineup, but they'll be hoping that the top order can get the job done. Players coming out onto the field. There's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment before the start of this one, so probably not a bad thing for the new ball bowlers, just keeping things a little bit cool. Maybe they can get something out of this surface, which is a new pitch compared to the pitch we saw used in the first 3 matches of this series. But like I said there in the introduction, it does seem to have the same kind of character. Can Canada put some scoreboard pressure on the Dutch here? I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. If you'd like to get involved with any questions or comments, we do keep an eye on that. I see that Willie Venter's in there saying Netherlands for the win. Kishley thinks Canada will win, so they are due, aren't they, Canada? But they'll be pretty desperate to register a W before they run out of time on this tour. They'll play the Netherlands today. They'll play the USA tomorrow. And hello to Helix in there as well. Jeffrey Mobbs asking, did I get the private jet? Well, it wasn't a private jet, I'll tell you that much, but I have made the trip over from Rome, where I was commentating the Meltool Shield first ever event, and geez, the Dutch were pretty influential in that as well. 4 representatives from the Netherlands in Team Europe, which ended up winning that series 7-2. Of course, that was over the British and Irish Roses, but also, for me, I'm pretty excited. It's the first time I've been able to commentate on the North American teams, and of course, Canada in action today. USA will be back on deck tomorrow. And the Netherlands hoping to keep their perfect record alive on home soil. Almost ready to go then. Looks like no surprise, it will be Kyle Klein with the new ball. Slip in place. That's Vikram Singh. 6 over power play. 2 fielders can be back. They've gone for the deep third. They've gone for a deep backward square as well. So Kyle Klein certainly has kind of burst onto the international scene. He's bowling with a lot of confidence. Canada, I just think the start's very crucial here for them. Actually put on a reasonable show, I thought, in match 2 before the second half was washed out after cataclysmic conditions. Canada put on 169 last time. They were at the crease out in the middle of SV Kampong. Here we go with the first ball of match 4. It's a pretty good one from Klein first up, hitting his spots. Aaron Johnson out there for Canada. Ryan Pathan with him. 2 Kleins in the lineup. Kyle opening the bowling. Ryan Klein in the side, more or less as a batter at the moment. He's slowly recovering, I think, from his injury that's curtailed his bowling this season. Thick edge flying away, and it's gone. So Klein strikes early again. Johnson just flirted with that ball, which was quite wide of the off stump. The field was set perfectly, and Johnson falls into the trap. It's Brandon Glover on his return that takes a safe catch down on the boundary, and Canada lose their first wicket before a run is on the board. Klein hung it out there, and Johnson, well, he'll be disappointed. He will go for a 2-ball duck, and what a dramatic start to match number 4 just what you want when you send a team in. Derek makes an appearance, 0 for 1, and also making an appearance in the commentary box is none other than Andrew Leonard. What a start for the Dutch.
Very good afternoon, Vinny. Great to have you back with us. Missed you for the first 3 days, and yeah, flying start. It's kind of business as usual for the Dutch. Doesn't matter if they've got 2 games in 2 days. Doesn't matter if the opposition have had a rest. They just keep doing it, particularly this man. He's had what has been a breakout series at the international level. Kyle Klein. Klein, the younger, his elder brother, really just doing a job down the order in the team. Not able to bowl at the moment, so instead Kyle Klein has been taking all the plaudits. He's been outstanding, to be honest. Can't blame Johnson for having a go at it, but it came off an edge. And what a way for Brandon Glover to come back into international cricket. His first T20I in the best part of 2 years. His last one was that famous win over South Africa down in Adelaide during the T20 World Cup that got them through to the Super 8 and qualified them for 2024. He's had some horror injury problems with his shoulders primarily, but he's back. He's looking very fit, very strong. And we watched him bowl last night in a bit of a practice session. He was bowling rapid.
2 slips in place for Kyle Klein. Oh, that's a very good delivery. It threatened to come in. If anything, it just seemed the other way. Maybe a little bit of sideways off this pitch.
Yeah, that's kind of his stock delivery, is the one that jags into the right-hander. But now Nicholas Curtin is at the crease. It will go away, and it goes away off the surface. So the shape isn't really there through the air. It's just, if anything, will nip away, and it's only just missed the off stump. Big shot from Nicholas Curtin early. Canada, well, it's been a tour to forget, hasn't it? And they've only got this game and one more tomorrow against USA to turn it around.
Coat of varnish away from being 2 down without a run on the board. Something similar again. Klein really hitting his spots in this first over.
Yeah, he's bowled very full. He's got a simple game plan. He's just been trying to hit the top of the stumps. And when you keep things simple, you've got a good attitude, a half a yard of pace that he has. He's not rapid. He's not up towards 90 miles an hour. He's probably just north of 80. But he's quick enough to challenge, and the work he does with the new ball, exceptional. Dutch keep finding fast bowlers. And to be honest, he may well be the player of the whole series across the T20s and the ODIs.
This one, I think, just heading down the leg side. It was a fraction in towards the body of Curtin there.
Yeah, not a huge amount going for this. Probably just pitched outside leg. May have impacted outside leg, even though it could have been going on to hit the stumps. I don't think that they can in any way think that was a big appeal. Our 2 standing umpires today, as they have been throughout the series, we've got Rizwan Akram standing at the pavilion end, and at square leg currently that's Nitin Bhathi, both from the KNCB.
Top order batter's dilemma. Ball doing a bit each way at the moment for Kyle Klein. This one is hit, and well, sign of aggression there from Klein, who fires it back in. A wicket maiden to start match 4. Canada are none for 1.
Well, just business as usual, isn't it? It really is. Curtin wasn't overly happy with that ball being thrown back at him. They've been so good on this tour. The Netherlands, they really have the 2 North American sides coming in to play matches. 6 in the ODI format, 6 in the T20I. We're into the 4th of the 6 T20Is today. And it's the final game at Kampong of the tour before we'll move across back to Voorburg, where we started it all for the last 2 games. That's tomorrow and Wednesday. So it's going to be a busy finish to this tour, but really the Dutch just keep doing what they're doing. They're very well drilled. They've played some excellent cricket. They've fielded so well, Vinny. They really have. And they've done all the things that you'd expect a side coached by Ryan Cook and Ryan van Niekerk and Heino Kuhn to do. They've done all the 1%ers well. And there's a real hunger. There's just an appetite for excellence. And the way in which they've done it throughout this tour, it's really taken the eye.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there. Just the expectation now is that they're going to win cricket matches. And I suppose last time I was here for the Tri Series, just before the World Cup with Ireland and Scotland, maybe the Dutch were a little bit underwhelming, particularly with the bat. They seem to have sorted that out. Here's Paul van Meekeren, over number 2.
Yeah, the funny thing about that Tri Series, when you think back to it, that was held exclusively in Voorburg. They actually had the better of the Irish for quite a bit of the 2. I think they lost both games to them, didn't they?
Yeah.
And
one off the very last ball.
yeah, and they particularly that one, they really should have won. Craig Young bowled an exceptional final over. But they just look to have, I think the discovery of Klein has been a massive thing for them. Still is a bit of a soft underbelly to their middle order batting potentially.
He's bowled him. What a rock from Van Meekeren. And Canada really at all 6s and 7s at the moment. They've lost 2 wickets before a run's been scored.
Well, we're onto a fresh pitch, and we suspected that it might help the seamers, but I really don't think you can say an awful lot about the pitch on this, because it's a straight delivery. It hasn't moved anywhere. Pathan, he favours the leg side, there's no doubt. But that is a soft dismissal. It's a tame stroke. You have to try and play in the V, Vinny, particularly against a bowler of Van Meekeren's quality, unless it's short. That was full. He's whipped across the line. And, well, our little cartoon duck has made 2 appearances already.
Derek getting plenty of face time here. It's kind of opening batting 101, isn't it, really? Pathan, you see, he just tries to work this, tries to do a little bit too much. Van Meekeren just asks the right question, doesn't get an answer, really, from the Canadian opener.
It's done nothing off the pitch. It's done nothing through the air. It's a reasonably full, straight delivery. And, well, one of Ryan Pathan's roles up at the top is to go at it, to attack. If he's dancing down the track there and trying to hit that over long on, I don't mind it so much if he's bowled, but it was a nothing shot. He's stuck in the crease. He knows the fearsome reputation that Van Meekeren's pace brings. Canada in all sorts of problems. Harsh Thacker to the crease.
Still no runs. What a start this is from the Dutch, and they're playing with that swagger at the moment, aren't they?
Looking like the Harlem Globetrotters out there. They look like they can't lose a game. Honestly, I've been blown away by how impressive they've been. They probably should have lost 2 of the ODIs against USA. There's no doubt about that. They had real collapses late in their batting order, and then one quite remarkable run out. I've never seen anything like it. The run out of Jahangir was very costly in the second chase, but the Dutch, they've been too good on this tour.
This one worked away, but won't go too far. How about the batting exhibition yesterday? There's probably something, last time I was here, the pitches were a little bit tricky, I think, for batting, but I thought that there was plenty of...
Do you mean here in Utrecht or in Voorburg? Sorry.
I meant last time I was here in the Netherlands, so at VCC, the pitch was a little bit less conducive to free stroke play, but that opening from Levitt particularly yesterday, I thought was quite sensational. Made a miss and inside the off stump. We've gone 11 balls now without a single run.
Well, that's what Max O'Dowd did himself in one of the games earlier, but the Dutch have shown that strength of character that Canada, and to be honest, USA really haven't at points throughout both formats, throughout both the ODIs and the T20Is. So once the Dutch start to apply pressure on you, you get into trouble. Yeah, in Voorburg and May, Vinny, the pitches were a bit different, weren't they? It was early season.
Yeah.
It was kind of mid to late May. We're playing on the hybrids, and they tended not to be that conducive to the chase. It was difficult in the second innings.
Let's pull the over here. And we will have consecutive wicket maidens to start match number 4. Well, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card. 0 for 2 after 2. There's the state of play in this Tri-Series Netherlands. They're in a very strong position, obviously, especially with USA dropping a point to a team that they've beaten every time so far in both formats. That was due to that washout in match number 2. Although, I mean, they had quite a testing chase, I think, of 170 that was set before the rain set in.
Win today, they win the Tri-Series as well. That's simple, because Canada and USA only have 1 point to their name after the washout. And again, I don't think we can praise the ground staff enough here at SV Kampong.
We finally have a run whipped away by the captain, Curtin. We'll double back for 2. 2 slips in place, so I think that the plan stays pretty much the same for Kyle Klein to use that natural angle across the left-handed batter and bring those catching men into play.
Yeah, the curation team here, mainly volunteers, Vinny. they were heroic in their work during the thunderstorm. And actually, I loved what Ryan Cook said last night. They had a consultation with the Dutch head coach, with the ground staff at the club here. And they said, do you want us to stay on the same pitch given how well it's played? And Ryan Cook said, guys, you've done so much work preparing 2 pitches. Do you want to use the second one? They say, well, look, we'd love to. They say, well, let's do it then. You know, you've gone to all these efforts to host your first internationals in a couple of years. Being honest, coming into the series, I think many, even in Dutch cricket, might have said, hold on, are we going to have low scoring games again here? But it's been the opposite. The pitch that they've used for those 3 matches has been an absolute road, and seen some wonderful batting displays.
Back down the ground, really timed. Should be another couple for the skipper. Yeah, a lot of talk about pitches. There always is in cricket, no matter what the format, but obviously in the T20 World Cup. Don't know to bring it up at this point, but it was a bit of a grind in some venues in particular, right?
Yeah, well, look, you're not bringing up anything that's not public knowledge, and even the ICC themselves have come out and rated the pitches. I believe the word they used was unsatisfactory. And that was both New York, where the temporary, the drop-in surfaces came via Adelaide, from Adelaide via Florida to New York, and then Tarouba, which is the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That was probably Guyana. I don't think we would have expected high scores, particularly at that time of the year, but they were the 3. And then actually St. Vincent, Vinny 2 was very tricky. That's where, well, it would have been infamous if Nepal had got over the line. They fell just short by 1 run against South Africa in maybe the clash of the whole World Cup. It was quite something. But within that, then up at Grand Prairie, there's an exceptional batting wicket and just a great facility. Thought St. Vincent had really good pitches too.
Well, that one actually kept a little bit low, didn't it, on Kirtan, who wears it.
And also Barbados, where the final was, that was a hell of a good wicket. And maybe the biggest surprise, given it's had some challenges historically, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua was really good too. It is also a little out of season. That's not necessarily the normal season for the Caribbean. It might be for America. But look, overall, the first ever 20-team World Cup is going to be remembered for the good things rather than some of the challenges they went through. And the associates did more than enough to justify their place. And let's hope there's 9 of them at the next one again.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with that.
There'll be at least 8.
End of another over, and this strong showing continues for the Netherlands. Canada 4 for 2 after 3. Yeah, super excited about the 20-team World Cup. I mean, obviously, being involved in European cricket so heavily, I'd love to see it go up and not the other way over the next decade or 2. But yeah, it's remembered, I think, in my mind. I know I have a certain soft spot for some of the countries, but it's for the so-called minnows and their performances. And Canada, I know it probably seems a world away now when they beat the Irish team, because they've had a hard couple of weeks here, but yeah, sensational. USA obviously making the Super 8s and all the kind of hype around that for the hosts.
Yeah, look, I think the associates are better than they've ever been. And something I was talking to Corey Ruckers about the other day, I think this cycle, this 2 years that they're coming into for the 2026 World Cup, the reason that they were better prepared than ever for 2024, 8 of the 9 associates that got there were either, in the Dutch case, playing in the Cricket World Cup Super League in the previous cycle, or in 7 of the other 8 qualifiers case playing in Cricket World Cup League 2. Uganda were the one exception to the rule, surprising everyone, beating Zimbabwe and getting there via the Challenge League. But even in the Challenge League, you're still playing a decent bit of cricket in a cycle.
Up in the air, and this will get over or down at mid-off. Running away, and we have our first boundary of the match, and it comes off the bat of Thacker.
Slightly relieved, Harsh Thacker, that it got there, because they didn't really run, did they? And he's hitting with the wind, so it's always going to just trickle over the rope. But the difference in this cycle, Vinny, is that the reason we're here with you today is because of those Cricket World Cup League 2 tri-series. So they're going to staple on T20I tri-series triangulars at the end of almost every one of those tours, or as many as they can. There'll be the occasional one that it's not going to be possible because of logistical or fixture reasons. And then you're going to be in a position where hopefully the majority of the teams that qualify will be the ones from Cricket World Cup League 2. There is a potential that all 8 could get through from League 2 because of that change to the East Asia Pacific region. They're not guaranteed a spot anymore. They've got to get through Asia, where there'll be 3 spots in a combined region now. So they're almost all of them going to have played probably 20, 30, maybe even 40 T20Is in that 2-year cycle. So how well prepared are the Dutch going to be off the back of this going into that next World Cup?
This is up off the outside half of the bat, and it does get through the point region. Levitt, who was sensational yesterday with his ball striking, particularly in the power play, keeps it to 2. Yeah, the best form of training's matches. I say it. I obviously I work a lot at the grassroots level, particularly a lot of women's cricket as well, and a lot of infrastructure isn't quite there yet to have regular matches even. So I think that even translates up the grades, up to the top level of cricket. Playing better teams more regularly, it rubs off.
And one of the big things from chatting to the players at this level, I'm thinking particularly of guys like, let's say, Logan van Beek, a Tim Pringle in the Dutch case, who you know, have applied their trade in different parts of the world in professional cricket, like New Zealand. In USA's case, all these players that have come in, the likes of Harmeet Singh, who's got an exceptional record in India. You look at Aaron Jones, who's played cricket down in Barbados. You know, when you speak to these guys about how good this level is, they're blown away by it. They're almost shocked by just how competitive it is, how cutthroat it is, how ruthless it is, and how every match matters.
Bit of spice there from Van Meekeren to finish the over. Canada 10 for 2 after 4.
So as a consequence of that, Vinny, you end up with a position whereby you're playing cutthroat and very, very tough cricket that has a huge amount of context towards it, and there's no matches without any meaning. So you'll end up in a position whereby I actually think the next World Cup, the only tricky thing is going to be the conditions in India and Sri Lanka. But if the associates can adjust well to that, I was so excited about this World Cup that's just gone, but maybe the next one's going to be even better, and we might just see more than one associate get through to the Super 8. And that's, all of a sudden, you're starting to really rearrange the furniture of the world order of cricket.
Kyle Klein holds the 3rd over. Kirtan advances, gets well cut off there. That's Daniel Dorr. I remember him making his debut last time I was here for that tri-series that involved Ireland and Scotland just before the World Cup. How do you feel about T20 World Cups every 2 years? Where do you sit on that?
Yeah, it's spot on.
You like it?
Absolutely love it. I think what we saw in 2016, there was a lot of politics as to why this was within the ICC at the time. We had maybe the most successful T20 World Cup of the lot, hosted in India, finished in the grandest of styles by Carlos Brathwaite in those 4 sixes off Ben Stokes. But actually there was a dozen, if not 15, unbelievably thrilling matches in that tournament. We saw, you know, Rashid Khan arrive and announce himself to the world. We saw Afghanistan beat the West Indies for the first time in Nagpur. The Netherlands were brilliant up in Dharamshala. They couldn't quite get through their group because of the rain. There were some exceptional games. The West Indies-India semi-final at the Wankhede, where a combination of Lendl Simmons and Andre Russell broke India's hearts on home soil. It was everything a good World Cup should be. And then everyone's looked at the schedule and gone, hold on, the next one's not for 4 years.
Yeah.
And I know from actually working at the ICC at the time, everyone went, hold on, why have we taken our most successful format and gone from once every 2 years to once every 4 years?
This one whipped away through the leg side. This one will go a fair way towards the boundary. In fact, it'll get there. So Thakur with his second 4 of the match so far. Handy runs for Canada.
Look at the gap it pierces, Vinny. He's done this all throughout the T20I. He's bowled with 2 mid-wickets, but gets it between the 2 of them and gets 4. So then the decision was made to go back to once every 2 years. They did actually try to squeeze one in 2018, didn't quite come together. But the problem was then COVID hit. We actually ended up having 5 years between T20 World Cups. And nobody could have predicted that.
He's bowled him, and Klein strikes again. That's a fantastic bit of seam bowling once again. And Kyle, a bit of the old special KK now. Canada in all sorts. Tucker scores 2 boundaries, but it'll be no more. It's 15 for 3.
Well, Kyle Klein is going to want to take this form, bottle it, and bring it around the world. Just what he does. The wind's going that way. His natural inclination is to seam it in. If he hits the seam, it'll tend to jag back in. It's another very, very good delivery from the man who I think we're going to be christening as the player of the entire series, the player of the tour. He wasn't really in the reckoning in the World Cup. He couldn't get into the 11. Now he's looking absolutely undroppable.
That was an incredible delivery. We saw on the replay how much that seams. I don't think there's too many batters in world cricket that are hitting that one in the middle of the bat. A death rattle rang out behind Tucker. He just gets a seed from Kyle Klein.
That side-on replay there, you can see the branches of the trees in the background heavily gusting that way. So you can see them all going that way. So Klein's got the wind at his back. Everything's forcing the ball in towards the leg stump, and it's exactly just what he wanted to happen.
And you can play for that movement to an extent, but that was outrageous movement really off the pitch. So sudden, and no surprise it goes through the gate.
Yeah, look, I think you can account for that. I think it's an expansive stroke attempted. It's been made to look an even better ball than it was, and well, Canada are having it's not quite an annus or horribus, but it's a tour to forget. I don't know where it's going to turn around from. They're going to be straight back into action, remember, in Toronto in just over 2 weeks' time.
Maybe not an annus horribilis, but maybe a tourist horribilis at the moment. Anytime that you're not able to gather a win. Only today's match against the Netherlands and tomorrow against the USA before Canada move on.
Yeah, September 16th, they come back into action in Toronto. You're going to love the name of the venue, Vinny, as well. It's one of the world's greatest cricketing venues. The Toronto Cricket, Skating and Curling Club.
I love it.
I knew you'd like that.
I love it. I've actually been to Toronto a couple of times. It's actually one of my favourite cities, believe it or not. Another good seed from Klein. Wonder if they're tempted to bowl him out here. Could be worth the gamble. He's got 2 for 9 after 5 overs. Canada 15 for 3. Yeah, I've got family connections in Toronto, and got to say I'm a bit of a Toronto Blue Jays fan, so I want to say a special hello to all the Canadian viewers. I'm sure we've got quite a few of them on the network today. This is the state of play so far in this series. You can see Netherlands won on the chase in match 1 against Team Canada before match 2 was abandoned with some really heavy rain at the innings break, forcing the end of that contest. Netherlands with a bit of a good old-fashioned shellacking yesterday in match 3, getting up by 102 runs against the USA. So now we head into the second round of matches, if you like, with all 3 teams playing each other.
And of course, plenty of viewers on Willow TV as well, joining us again. I think they'll be joining us for all the remaining games, so great to have those.
Great to be on Willow. Yeah. Special hello to all the Willow viewers. We've expanded into another continent on ECN, so we're pretty excited about that. Van Meekeren comes back for a 3rd over. This one's negotiated by Kiritan. Okay, we had Thailand play in women's T20Is here last season, so even though we're the European Cricket Network, slowly but surely taking over the world, or our part of it at least.
Just to go back though, Vinny, to that kind of T20 World Cup we were talking about once every 2 years, there was a couple of high-profile retirements after the 2015 qualifier. That was the global qualifier held in Ireland and Scotland. And I think we saw a Namibian player, might have been Christy Viljoen, defect down to New Zealand. And when these players were asked, well, why are you calling it quits? Well, they said, well, we haven't got to this World Cup. The next T20 one's not for 4 years. That's 5 years away from the qualifier. And that combined with the fact that the ODI World Cup was being reduced from 14 teams to 10 teams, there was technically a pathway for them to get there, but it was highly unlikely for them to be able to qualify for it. So all of a sudden you're in this horrible situation of, you know, what we claim is the second most played sport in the world.
Throws his hands at this one, and Kiritan will get 4. A little bit of width from Van Meekeren. A slightly risky stroke, but it pays off for the Canadian skipper.
Lovely ball striker, isn't he? Pounces on that width. Yes, it's at a catchable height, but it does find the gap between the two men behind square. So instead of us promoting and growing our game via the vehicle of those World Cups, and I think the Dutch have shown us perfectly. You know, their World Cup run in India in the 50-over World Cup last October, November, all the players have been telling us, all the fans have been telling us, there's more fans than ever at the games, it's inspiring the next generation. World Cups are critical to give the exposure and the eyeballs to introduce the game into these new markets.
Driven on the up, just escapes the fielder. That's going to be another boundary for Kiritan as Canada fight back in the last over of the power play.
Well, they needed to, Vinny, because they were in trouble of breaking a very unwanted record, the lowest ever score in a T20 power play. They were in and around the mix of that, but now 8 runs in a couple of deliveries thanks to the bat of Nicholas Curtin has got them up into the 20s. Could still get something of a competitive score, because remember, we don't know if they're going to need the 170, 180 that they would have needed as a minimum on the other pitch. We're on a fresh pitch. Maybe if they can scrap up to 140, 150, they can get themselves into the contest.
We have seen it doing a little bit off the straight so far. On the hook this time, top edge, flying away. Klein takes the catch. Well, Kyle Klein, he has been on fire in this series. He's been on fire in this first 6 overs. He has 3 wickets now that he's been responsible for. 2 with the ball and 1 down with this catch in fine leg. And after the fight back, Kiritan's got to go for 13. It's 23 for 4.
Such a good catch. It really is. It's an exceptional catch. And the fact he's gone with the reverse hands, the Australian style they call it, the fingers pointing to the sky, despite having to run all that way, well, it shows that he's a cricketer full of confidence. Curtin, he can hardly drag himself off the pitch. He's got to go. It was hooked upwards was the problem. And that was the shot that he was trying to play from right kind of above his eye line, and never got it under control. Skewed off a bit of a top edge. He's made good ground, 20, maybe 25 yards to his right. Everything is going the Dutch way. Canada are being blitzed away.
He just seemed to get a good jump on that ball, didn't he? If anything, the wind was always going to take it slightly further to his right, so he knew that he had to hustle pretty quickly. Those first 3 or 4 metres put him in a position to take it without even really having to dive in any serious way. Good technique from Kyle Klein down there. 23 for 4 now. Let's have a look at it one more time. And he does go with that reverse cup, which some people would argue on the move that's a more difficult way to take it.
It's rare you see it when a fielder has to run that far. It's actually a really good technical adjustment to be able to get his hands up high above his head, get into a position he's comfortable at catching it. And Van Meekeren, well, he's been one of the other stars of this series. It's going to be Kumar to the crease now.
Squared up first up, as that'll take us to the end of the 6-over power play. And what a power play for the Netherlands. 23 for 4 Canada after being sent in match 4. Yeah, with that catch, I suppose there's pros and cons to that technique. Fingers up on the move is difficult, but it does keep your eyes kind of behind the ball a bit longer. Sometimes if you're trying to catch it in the more traditional fashion, it can kind of get below your eye line, and especially when you're running, that you can misjudge it a little bit more easily. But Netherlands, after the opening pace assault, they've decided end of the power play, we're going to switch to spin, and it's going to be Daniel Dorham to bowl.
Challenge now for Canada with Curtin gone. Curtin is a naturally aggressive player. He's scored with really fluent strike rates over the last 12 months. They don't have that at the crease now. They've got Sherry Asmova, who was kind of the main batter in the ODIs to show a bit of fight, a bit of guts, a bit of grit, and was generally getting Canada out of some difficult situations, but he wasn't doing it particularly quickly. And then at the other end, they've got a man who's very new to international cricket. He's into only his 3rd T20I today. He's yet to get a run. So they're in all sorts of bother. He didn't have a great GT20 either, Kumar. I'd like to have seen the debutant in a bit higher.
Durham right on line, first up, gets squeezed away for a single.
Akhil Kumar, he's listed for us at number 9. Now, if you think about that Under-19s World Cup he had 4 years ago, he's had to wait a little while for his senior debut from that, but he had over 150 runs and he had 16 wickets. He's an out-and-out all-rounder, and he's been a bit hidden away down at number 9. I know Haliger and Ravinderpal Singh are fine players too, but you'd just like to have seen the youngster given a bit of a chance. They do bat deep today. Sad Bin Safar all the way down at number 10 potentially.
There is the first run for Kumar, down the ground.
But they just look like a side horribly shy of confidence, don't they? And you can understand why. We've spoken at length across both the ODIs and the T20Is, the difference that Pupadu Dasanayake, the former head coach, and his absence seems to be making.
Just going back, just one final point I wanted to make is I brought up the 2 versus 4 year World Cup cycle because I think someone said to me, it seems like they're happening all the time, but I think that was kind of on the back of the 2021 issue, where we had the unusual situation of World Cups in consecutive years because the 2020, obviously, due to the pandemic, was put off to 2021. So Australia only held the Cup for a year before it was contested again. But after hearing your comments, I think it makes perfect sense.
The other thing it does, Vinny, as well, and look, I know there's no greater advocate for the growth of the game than yourself and what the ECN team are doing right the way across the continent. But what it does with a 2-year cycle in the T20s is it keeps the lowest levels of the game, it's 96 associate members alongside the 12 full members. It keeps them involved and engaged in a pathway and in a cycle. So if you're in the sub-regional level, like we're seeing the one in Guernsey carry on right now, you still have a narrative to be part of. If that's once every 4 years, you're going, when's our next mandated games? When's our next?
Yeah, you're exactly right. End of the 7th over here, 26 for 4. I would call that trickle-down crickonomics because...
and I'm not sure that's why they've designed it. It's because the World Cups are very valuable.
But it's definitely great. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And the fact that we just finished World Cup and we already spent the qualification starts for the next.
The qualification cycle for the next one actually had started just before, or certainly at the same time as the other one, and that was Italy was the first step of any of the 5 regions.
Yes.
The event that Italy won on home soil. That was taking place during the World Cup. So okay, there's stuff like that. The scheduling might be a little better, and sometimes, they could promote it better in terms of they certainly stream all of the games. They're freely available on ICC.tv, but you'd love for them to be publicised more and people to know about them more, because generally it's no different to what I think you find in the European Cricket Network. When people tune in and they find out what it is, they tend to engage with it and love it.
Yeah, definitely.
Big moment here for Brandon Glover. His first bowl, best part of 2 years in a T20I. He's only played 1 game for Durham Seniors this season. Big moment for him.
This one's a bit short, a bit wide. And luckily the third's back, Kyle Klein. Interesting for me, they didn't bowl him out. Probably pre-planned, I suppose, to go to the spinner Durham in the 7th. Would you have been tempted to bowl him a 4th over?
Yeah, do the Kalimullah, the great Oman fast bowler, who just only seems to do that if he bowls well in T20Is. The first game of the series, I think his first 3 overs went for 10, his last went for 21, which was the 20th and final, as Curtin took him down, hitting with the wind, and Ravinderpal Singh got stuck into him too.
I just think sometimes you need to be a little bit flexible. He's so hot, and now he's probably going to cool on the shell for a bit, and it might work later on. And obviously you've got good options to bowl in this phase of the game as well.
You just think of the quality of Durham and Durham having that ability to bowl over 19 for you if you need, and then Van Meekeren to bowl 20. Yeah, you could easily have bowled Klein out before. But equally, maybe as they go forward and they're already kind of into planning mode for that qualifier next summer, they might not want, to do things that are going to be too far from what they'll kind of plan as their template for next summer. don't know the exact structure yet, but it looks like that's going to be a 5-team qualifier for the 2 spots, the European Regional Final. But over 30 teams have been trying to get through that pathway.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get through that from the sub-regional level.
Well, definitely. I mean, we have our European Cricket Championship coming up, of course, next month. 32 nations involved across 2 divisions this time as well. So it's such a fast-growing region that we're involved with. Inside edge onto the pad.
Which of the countries, I've probably asked you this a couple of times when we've been on air before, but which of the countries is really starting to make some gains that the wider cricketing audience might not know about? They'll know about Netherlands and Scotland and Ireland, no doubt. And they might have heard a Jersey coming up, or an Italy or a Germany. Is there anyone kind of outside of that you're starting to go, oh, these guys could be at a T20 World Cup in 6, 8, 10 years, or even shorter?
There are certainly teams that'll catch your eye. Spain's one of them, cracking the top 30 for the first time ever. Of course, Corey's here with us. But I suppose the biggest issue when you're talking, let's say, Italy or below, is the lack of turf wickets in Europe. And then, I mean, some teams are blessed. I'll give you one. Portugal actually have a lot of qualified players that are playing a good level of cricket.
I know I'm only saying this because I was there, but Switzerland really struck me with the number of good players there.
Switzerland for sure. I know we worked together last year. Cracking drive, that one, but we'll find the fielder. Yeah, so Portugal's an example of they have, if you actually look on paper, there's a lot of first-class cricketers and players playing at a good standard that actually have Portuguese heritage that would qualify. But then there's the logistics of, the costs of getting them to these qualifiers, getting them involved in the system. Some of them may want to concentrate on their professional careers, I suppose in the setups they're currently at as well. Prioritise that. Driven away, there should be a couple.
Was Moses Henriques born there, or he certainly is Portuguese origin, doesn't he?
Definitely would qualify.
Yeah.
I know that there is some talk of some phone calls being made. What I was going to say, though, without mentioning any teams in particular, and you mentioned Switzerland actually, but the Dutch setup is the only one. I think Denmark has a turf wicket as well, but in continental Europe, and Spain, I should say, Spain also has
a couple
turf wicket facilities. But even in those countries like Spain, for example, they're not regularly playing on those turf wickets. So almost gets the line. Umpire says no. I'll have to be re-bowled. Glover getting through his first over here on his comeback. Yeah, so, and I saw this with Austria actually, who qualified to then play in the next level in Scotland.
I was surprised by how much they struggled. I'm not saying I expected them to go and qualify in Edinburgh, but they were on the back end of... It was almost the timid approach as well from the batting. They never really went at it.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's against their fibres normally, but I think the wicket has a lot to do with it. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. Here's the last ball of the 8th from Glover. And at the end of 8, Canada 34 for 4. They went and played a 2-match series in the Isle of Man before that, just to get a bit more preparation on turf wickets, and Isle of Man beat them twice, Austria. But it is... It's such a different ball game, the artificial pitches against natural turf wickets. The batting technique probably doesn't quite have to be as tight on the artificial wicket. You can trust the bounce a lot more. You can get away with hitting across the line a lot more. And so that's probably one of the biggest things actually that holds European cricket back, I think, if you're talking in the next cycle or 2 or 3 or even 4. If you could wave a magic wand and have these kind of facilities all across Europe, I think you'd see the acceleration and the competitiveness with those next level of nations happen a lot quicker. But obviously, there's economics that go into it, and I think for now they'll be competing kind of with each other more than with their next level up of cricket nations.
And I suppose the other point to get across is just how well Scotland and the Netherlands are playing at the moment. Ireland have managed to avoid the qualifier this time just by the skin of their teeth. They were the final side to squeeze through automatically on the rankings, having not had a great World Cup out in the USA themselves.
On the sweep, Edwards likes it, and the umpire likes it too. It's a wicket for Durham, and Kumar premeditates that sweep, I think. Sticks Edwards very quick to whip off the bails. It's a disaster for Canada. And now it's 35 for 5.
Well, let's get another look here. We spoke the other day about how difficult it is to sweep Daniel Dorham. Well, that angle isn't the most convincing, but potentially the line belongs to the umpire and there's nothing behind. Whatever the case, it is a pretty ugly position he's ended up getting into. He thinks he's got back. The umpire thinks otherwise. Nitin Bhathi gives him out. Scott Edwards was convinced. And, well, Canada have lost half their batters already. And Ravinder Pal Singh will have to stride to the crease at number 7.
I think with that kind of a decision, the foot isn't actually moving that quickly. So, I mean, the umpire has a better look than we do. I mean, Edwards, he was positive. It was a genuine appeal, genuine confident appeal. You see here, it's kind of threatening to get back, but I think I have a feeling it's a good decision. I know it's a wicketkeeper in me talking, but the umpire, he had no hesitation in sending Kumar on his way for 7.
Marginal, very marginal, Vinny.
Again, we don't have that camera completely
We don't have a side-on one at that end, do
which
we?
would have given us a better idea. I think, put it this way, he wouldn't have any evidence there to the contrary.
Well, whatever the case, it's another one back to the hutch, and Canada just keep on being the architects of their own downfall. Don't get me wrong, the Dutch have been superb again. But I'm not sure how you attempt to sweep Dorham with his height and his trajectory. It was an ugly looking shot.
I just think you're tearing your hair out there if you're the Canadian management at the moment there, because the one rule of that shot is that you keep your back foot behind the line. There's no reason to drag your foot there. Keeps a little bit low and gone. Well, it's 35 for 6 now. Dorham strikes not once but twice, and it's oh so nice for the Dutch as Canada fall further into the mire. 35 for 6.
Well, dynamic delight for this remarkable Dutch team. They've been exemplary throughout the last couple of weeks, and, well, that's as out as they come. He played for turn, there wasn't any. He did keep a tiny bit low, but I don't think he can blame the pitch for this. It's a little bit like the dismissal of Ryan Pathan at the top. He's just played the wrong line by a mile. Look at how far he's missed that by. He's missed it by 2 bats.
He has, and you called it exactly right. Playing for some sort of turn, playing like he was playing day 4 in Chennai, really. It blows the front board off, and Dorham, well, he's turned out to be a very good decision to go to here in the middle overs as planned.
I can't remember in a high quality international like this one a batter missing a ball by so far. He's completely misjudged that.
Just kind of, he's put the front foot down a certain line that would have made it quite tough to get the bat on it anyway without hitting across it. But yeah, just a huge misjudgment there. As this will be Saad bin Zafar, who comes in at number 8. We're not even halfway through this innings yet.
Change to the listed order that we were given as well. Maybe the left-hander factor against the left-arm spinner.
Maybe a matchup thing. That's a good observation. But the thing is here, it's pretty hard. You need to counter-attack if you want to put a competitive score on the board, even if you risk blowing up the innings. I think it's just hard to see them playing too many shots at the moment, even though I think the game situation calls for it. Tough one. Rock in a hard place for Canada. 35 for 6 after 9.
Well, I've said this a couple of times on this trip. This could get ugly from here. It got pretty ugly yesterday. Look at this scorecard, Vinny. 3 ducks in it. All second ball ducks for Aaron Johnson, Ryan Pathan and Ravinder Pal Singh, who had that stunning 39 off 18 in the reverse of this fixture. And everyone else in double digits or single digits or very close to it. This is it's a calamitous collapse.
It really is. And you mentioned as well, it's the manner of some of these dismissals as well. And they're not really shots that have too much of an upside. The premeditated sweep, getting stumped, dragging the back foot. That one, got to give him a tennis racket, still wouldn't have hit it. Anyway, over number 10. Looks like Glover's just taking a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But look at this group here. And you have to feel for Alfonso, the manager, for Kuram Chauhan. He's the coach on this tour. I doubt it's a position he coveted, Vinny. Pabudu Dasanayake took almost this exact same group of players. There's maybe been 1 or 2 changes at most. They took them out to Nepal. Okay, they didn't win many games in Nepal for a bilateral series, but they won all 4 of the crunch ones in the UAE in Cricket World Cup League 2. Then they went to the World Cup and they beat Ireland there. And actually, if they'd held their nerve in the tournament's opener against USA, they'd have got to the Super 8s. They should have won that game. I think some of the prediction, you know, the way some of the websites, the main cricket websites, have like a little bit like we do here, 97-3.
Of course, yeah.
I think it was a similar percentage.
I remember.
USA were nowhere, and Aaron Jones played the innings of his life and ended up winning quite comfortably. So this is the scale of the turnaround inside a couple of months, Vinny.
Just can't quite get his line here. Well, you know what? Winning's a habit, but losing's a habit too. I think that I mean, USA in their own way against the Netherlands, they've kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory a couple times in this series. Just can't come up with that.
That's clearly played in their mind. And then yesterday, they absolutely rolled over. Now, within all of this, Vinny, we have to get across how well the Dutch are playing. The Dutch didn't play well in that first game against Canada, but rather than taking the victory and going away and saying, well, we've won with 4 overs to spare, that's just, you know, a comfortable victory. They were really disappointed with themselves. They bowled, what was it, 24, 25 extras. They were sloppy in the field by their standards. Okay, they batted pretty well after a slow start, but again, at one stage, O'Dowd was none off 11. And I think to have a culture within a group for every single one of the players, you'd have many other teams going, oh, that was a great win, we won with 4 hours to spare. They went, that's not good enough. And then they came out 2 days later and they obliterated the USA yesterday. They've got a great culture amongst the group. It's something that every single one of the fielders and the bowlers and the batters buys into.
This one is driven quite nicely, but prowling around is Ryan Klein. Running though, they get back for 2.
Right now, they're playing some of the best cricket I've seen them ever play. You could say that USA and Canada have been under par and under strength. There is elements of that. But the Dutch, the manner in which they're winning these games has been so impressive. And I think a big job for the KNCB now is to try and get a couple of high-profile full members here next summer. Because I'll tell you something, Vinny, if they came here, the Dutch would give them a real fight, a real game. You could see some high-profile victories. There's an appetite amongst the Dutch fans. There's a real culture being bred of cricket fans. We see the engagement on social media with everything the Dutch are doing. You've got 4 Test nations going to England next summer: Zimbabwe, India, South Africa, and the West Indies. Let's find a way to get one of them here. I can guarantee you, South Africa, the West Indies, and Zimbabwe would love to come to Amsterdam or the like.
Well, the Netherlands, they just love their sport, full stop, don't they? They're certainly kind of bred for it as well. Down the ground, well struck by Mova. As Glover kind of puts that one in the slot. Useful runs, and they need plenty more of that, Canada, if they're going to work their way back into this contest.
Yeah, just a few concerns here for Glover. Been a long time out. I thought he bowled so nicely, but it's so different. That was last night we were watching him, watched him for about 20 minutes. He's just bowling at cones under the watchful eye. Ryan van Niekerk, the assistant coach, just a little bit off the mark so far. There's good pace there, isn't there, Vinny? But it's erratic.
It's erratic, that's the word, isn't it? But yeah, I suppose you can excuse him for taking a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things. Nice to see a crowd enjoying this game. I know it's not quite the type of crowd we had yesterday when, of course, it was Sunday, back into a working day, but well, you know me, I'm always happy to see the youngsters taking in the cricket.
Healthy breeze again, Vinny, isn't there? You can just hear it buffeting in and around the venue.
Driven handsomely through the offside. Mova goes once down the ground, he goes once through cover point. Glover has probably the only leaky link in this Dutch attack so far.
Yeah, tricky for Brandon Glover. There's so much there to work with. There is lot of pace, high quality. You just wonder, would they maybe been better bowling from the other end? That's where we watched him bowl from last night in the warm-ups, and he would have had the wind at his back. He looks like he's battling the wind, and that's maybe not helping his consistency.
And once again, strays onto the pads this time. It'll only cost him a single. Takes us to the halfway point of the first innings of match 4. Canada, 52 for 6 after 10. And just quickly, I suppose, the strategy with bowling the spinner Durham kind of with the wind is that if you want to take him down the ground, you're hitting into it. So I suppose that's the theory. But I would agree with you that Glover hasn't really worked out down there. Might be given a spell. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. And of course, we're 2 places at once right now because the European Cricket Series starts in Austria today. Of course, it's live and free every day on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Croatia, beautiful part of the continent as well, is the next stop in a fortnight's time. We have a couple of days in Greece, in Corfu. Lenny, you have to tell me your schedule because I'd love to get you on that one. That's in Corfu. Spain versus Greece.
Back to my alma mater.
T20I women's. And also one T10 match there. The Euros of cricket for 4 weeks through September and October before we head to the island nation of Malta after that. Durham 2 for 4 off 2. Absolutely flying here. It's weird because you kind of want an acceleration, but you obviously know another wicket would be a disaster. Oh, but he's gained some kind of fluency over the last few minutes. Gets a single there.
No Zach Lancashire yet with the ball. Suspect he'll probably bowl the next over. We'll have to see how much more Glover is used today. There's almost 2 parts the Dutch are trying to do today. They're trying to reintroduce Glover, rehabilitate him back to the international game, but they also want to be ruthless. They want to close out a dominant victory. Even if the Dutch allowed Canada to bat through here, I can't see them getting more than 130. And again, I can't see that being enough.
Even that's optimistic, I think, the way they're batting 6 down at the moment. Take a tight single here. Edwards has a shy. This might have been tight.
Yeah, Mova's a gutsy, gritty cricketer. He'll probably try to bat the remaining half of this innings. Doubt he'll give it away. He's been the one who really hasn't. Might have been close yet to get going. Edwards is left-handed, remember, but the dive would have got him home comfortably.
It's a textbook dive, really. And it does save him. Remember we did some tests on diving. It's only come into the game fairly recently. People used to maybe improvise them, but there's a bit of a science to diving. We found that it got you about an extra metre if you're a good diver. So just think about all those times. That's just compared to a running the bat in and extending the arm as far as you can while you remain on your feet. And that was a really good example of a dive that would have saved him had it been a direct hit from Scotty Edwards.
Good piece of umpiring from Rizwan Akram. The subfielder for Canada was still very clearly on the playing surface.
So one of the things with diving, they call it the Superman dive. And it's actually to hit the ground quite square with your chest so that you shouldn't be diving on your side, mainly because it'll hurt you with the impact. Just a couple of these to the left-hand of nose have just been shaping away from Durham. Zafar couldn't quite deal with that one. Two's the call. I think it's a bit ambitious. Bin Zafar will retain the strike. End of 11. 56 for 6.
Vinny, I've got one for you here. We're going to have a change in commentary after this. Have a look at this. These shoes here. What colour are they? What colour would you say? White, yeah?
I would say white.
Do you know something I learned today? I've got to credit the ICC match referee, Phil Thompson, the Irishman. I did not know this. If you're playing an international, any international, your shoes have to be white or the colour of your playing kit.
I have actually heard that.
Did you know that?
I've heard that before.
Of course he'd know that.
I have heard that.
And then I because I'm a bit of a badger, but I'm not, I suppose, maybe not the king badger like you, Vin.
Well.
But a minimum of 70% of the shoe has to be white. This is part of the ICC clothing and equipment regulations, freely available on the ICC website. No restriction in colour for the remaining 30%. Alternatively, the entire shoe or boot may be made up of the same colour as the playing kit, which obviously in a test match would have to be white. But
primary colour. So this is actually into the gap, and it's going to beat the fielder. Klein can't do anything about that. Zach Lancashire has come into the attack. First ball, though, doesn't go to plan. 4 runs to Canada. My question is, well, the Netherlands, they have a bit of the blue in their kit normally. This one doesn't have too much of that.
I never knew that.
Yeah. I mean, when the shoe inspector turns up,
yeah. I knew
imagine trying to calculate 70% as well.
Well,
it's not like there's some weird and wonderful patterns and designs as well.
I knew, and rightly so, that there's a consistency and a maximum logo size and shirt sponsor size and all that sort of stuff. I just didn't know the colour thing. I bet you there's been a couple of rebels who've incurred the wrath.
I know from the amount of
ICC.
games I've done, sometimes that's one I agree with, because I've seen some terrible colour clashes, shoes versus kit, in the European Cricket Series. And actually, now I know that if I ever do play for the Netherlands, I'm wearing the perfect shoes for it today. If you saw me in the warm-up, I've got the orange dress shoes on. But I actually saw Nicholas Curtin before the toss. He not his playing shoes, but he had a great set of wheels on.
Every day's a school day, Vinny, isn't it? That's what they say.
I love that you've introduced Shoe Chat almost specifically for me. It's like you've been
No,
waiting.
I had to. When I heard that, I said, I've got to bring this up whilst Vinny's on.
That's right up my alley.
Match referee and the umpires have done brilliantly all tour. Credit to them, though, genuinely.
That'll be just a single to finish the over. So Lancashire goes for a boundary up front, but not a lot more in the 12th. 61 for 6. Big thanks to Andrew Leonard, of course, for his expert commentary so far here in match 4. Lurking in the background and joining me now is none other than Corey Ruckers. And Corey, what do you make of this first 12 overs? 6 wickets falling in quick succession.
Yeah, I was just sitting patiently in the background and, well, my jaw almost hit the floor again because this Netherlands team are ruthless at the moment. And, yeah, Canada, a few loose strokes early, obviously a duck and a duck for the openers there. And it's just been that sort of series for Canada, unfortunately. I thought today maybe they could turn the screw a little bit, but it hasn't happened. And the Dutch on home soil, they're just ruthless, and they're playing a really good brand of cricket.
Cricket's confidence game. You know, when you've got it, you feel bulletproof, and that's just, they're getting more than the sum of their parts at the moment. The Netherlands just feel like they're building each other up. You know, Lenny was talking about the culture and the positivity going around. You know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, really, for Canada. They're just in a bit of a slump at the moment, to say the least. And it's not even really the win. It almost already seems out of the question. It's more how respectable can Canada be here. Having said that, they've got time to turn this around. 11%. Okay, that's an interesting prediction, saying that one time in 9 from here they pull off a win.
Yeah, look, best case scenario, look, you've got 8 wickets. Obviously, Vikramjit Singh coming into the attack. Took 3 wickets yesterday, actually. Proved himself to be quite handy. But yeah, imagine, Vinny, with 8 overs to go, they'll sneak a 2 here. These two need to consolidate for a bit, maybe explode in the last 2 overs. And can you get to 120, 130 and have an amazing power play with the ball?
Computer predicted 109, which is basically run a ball from here. And also there's a non-zero chance they might get bowled out as well. You'd have to factor into that. But yeah, Vikram, probably not a bad time to him to come on. Kind of bowler you probably feel like you should be targeting in normal circumstances, but I mean, 6 down, you know, 1 false move. 7 looks even uglier. Number 7 on his back, Vikramjit Singh. Clipped around the corner for a single. Anyway, Corey, I feel like I haven't seen you for ages.
Yeah, how have you been? I haven't crossed paths with you in quite some time.
We've done 1 game together in the last, I'm going to say 6 months, and it was a tie.
Yeah, it was a good game, actually.
It was a very good game.
No, it's been good. Been a quite busy Dutch summer over here. A lot of cricket recently. The Netherlands women team had a PNG and Scotland fly over. I was commentating that, but great to be here for the T20 leg of this series. And it's been interesting so far. USA and Canada sort of just feel a bit of fatigue has come into their tour now. It has been a long time. I know Andrew Lennon was talking about the ODIs earlier. But great to have you join us for the remaining few days. It'll be you and Lenny taking us through to the Vorberg leg.
I know you're a busy man, so I can only get today with you before you step aside. I will be commentating in just 4 weeks' time, the start of the ECC. Oh, tempted. It looked like a bouncer from Vikram, but doesn't get up at all.
Yeah, yesterday they brought Vikramjeet Singh on when USA had to go at 12-13. He actually picked up 3 wickets. He's got a decent slower ball on him, sort of cutter that he puts into the wicket. Not truly known for his bowling. He's obviously a very, very good top-order batter.
Stylish left-hander, isn't he?
Very stylish and times the ball magnificently, but just every now and then has a happy knack at picking up wickets.
That's an interesting one as well. I mean, it's kind of a tempted bouncer, but they had the field back for it. They had the deep fine leg back, the deep square back. And, again, I don't think I would have necessarily expected him to be trying something like that. Could have just bought a wicket. Tries it again. Vikram has been channeling his best. Kapil Dev, obviously, with what he's tried so far.
Well, he didn't bowl this short yesterday, so obviously thinks he can get that ball stuck in the wicket a little bit. But yeah, what a burst from the top, wasn't it? Paul Van Maker and Kyle Klein just once again putting the men in orange pretty far ahead in this T20I.
Over 17. Make that 18 as he clips this one off his pads. Let's see a few people enjoying, or more than a few people enjoying the broadcast at the moment. Hello to Corbett. Where are you watching from, Corbett? Maybe you can let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network is asking, is this the most successful partnership so far? Yes, by some distance. At the moment, they've put on 32. When they came together, it was 35 for 6.
There was danger signs at 35 for 6. You could easily be bowled out in the 50s. So these two have done well. Bin Zafar, I think he's highly underrated with the bat. I've seen him many years ago. He's definitely got some qualities.
That was the slow ball. Well, they take off on contact. Well, they have to scramble home. End of the 13th over. 68 for 6. Thanks for all the comments and the questions coming in. And we've got Luxembourg NPC 69 is an Ask Corey saying, how do you get test team status? For example, could Netherlands get a test status?
Technically, any team eventually could get it. There's a lot of parameters you have to meet, and that goes from the men's side, the women's side, under-19s, domestic structures, and so on. To be honest, I think that with the test status, I know Ireland obviously getting it a few years ago, but it's proved quite difficult. To run a test is an extreme amount of money, and Netherlands and Scotland are going so nicely at the moment. I think it would actually hamper things a little bit if they were to all of a sudden overnight have test status. So you never know in this world. Maybe one day there's going to the test teams open up and you get a couple more, but I don't think it's anytime soon.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? And you're probably more up to date what the criteria is for me. But one thing I know always was that you had to have first-class cricket in the country. And in the Netherlands, they don't play anything more than 50 overs. And it's almost like they've made a decision, and the decision makes a lot of sense, to concentrate on the short form of cricket. And that's also the way the ICC's kind of used T20 as the development vehicle.
I think with the abolishing of the Intercontinental Cup, where you would have teams like Netherlands, Scotland, Namibia, UAE playing 4-day games, since that's been gone, it sort of has killed that pathway for test status, if you ask me, but what do I know?
Sign of the times.
Yeah, I think the world has evolved into more a T20 franchise cricketing world, as we know, but it has helped enhance a lot of these countries. The T20 format is the growth game that a lot of maybe the lesser-known nations are starting to play a lot more.
Dragged across the line, this time by Saad bin Zafar for a single. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Some countries have got this test status. You talk about the logistical difficulties and the kind of standards required to host a test match, but also what you'd be hoping for, I suppose, if you, like an Ireland, for example, is to play a lot of tests against the top nations. But it's worked. It hasn't really panned out that way.
Yes, it's few and far between. It's almost like an afterthought, one every year almost. That's a nice looking shot, whipped away. These two are building quite nicely here. Came in at a disastrous time, but just trying to make that scorecard look a little bit more respectful.
Dutch accent just coming through a little bit from Corey Ruckus there. Let's be honest, I'm going to address the elephant in the room in a minute. Okay. Is that you have been, I know, and we do really appreciate that you have covered this series, which you committed to for ECN. But you've been pretty busy. You've had a lot on your plate.
Yeah, it's been a busy period. Enjoyable, though.
This will be the end of Zach Lancashier's over. End of 14, 73 for 6. What have you liked from Zach so far? I know it's his first series in a Dutch shirt.
Well, from the reports in the background, he's a very hard hitter. We saw a little glimpse of it yesterday, but he's a little right arm off spinners that sort of angle in. He's got a nice arm ball, seemed pretty handy. He hasn't really sort of bowled any long hops or anything like that. I know that Ackerman not in the side, Engelbrecht retiring. They're looking for someone to fill that middle overs sort of void with the bat. And also, if you can always add a string to your bow and bowl a couple of tidy overs here and there, lovely thing to have.
I think it's another good spin-off option. Preferred him to Shariz Ahmed, who's kind of an out-and-out slow bowler. It's 12th today. But yeah, I think it's a perfect time to come into the team. I think anytime you're having a successful streak as a team and you can blood some new players and incorporate them into that confident kind of setup, I think that's a real boost.
We haven't seen it fully yet with the bat. We saw glimpses. There was one pull shot he hit yesterday that almost broke the fence to the left of your screen. But they are saying in the nets, and what they're saying, he is an extremely hard hitter. And that's why Sussex like him a lot as well. So maybe today's his day with the bat.
Here's Vikram. Field back again with the fine leg deep backward square. So almost, I suppose now you've seen it, you're half expecting it, but still what you're going to do with it is interesting. Because if you really want to take on the hook, it's risky with the field set back there.
I actually think now is probably the time to go. One of these two could say, you know what, I'm going to chance my arm here, because realistically, I don't think 120 is going to be enough. They'd love an amazing finish. Maybe they can get into the early 130s. But someone's going to have to sort of put their hand up and go, I'll be the aggressor here.
Well, it does go short, but it's going to be knocked back into play by Levitt. Well, it was knocked back, but he knocked it from over the line. It's going to be a maximal 6 runs. So he did decide to take that attacking option.
Yeah, he's been short today, Vikramjit Singh, and he cashes in. Nice shot from over. Levitt, we thought, was getting a bit funky here with the old volleyball set. He leapt from outside the boundary rope, so I think he knew straight away and signalled 6. Good honesty.
Yeah, true. I mean, we're a long way away, and it looked like he'd almost pulled it off. I suppose he did almost pull it off. Canada will be very relieved that 6 are not out.
Well, that's what we want to see as well. A really good sort of fight back here from Canada after being 35 for 6. Mova's moved to 25 now. He's got good support from Bin Zafar. Can Mova keep ticking, turn this into a really big over, maybe 15 plus.
Decides to pitch up this time. Levitt comes back inside the field of play this time. Levitt's start yesterday really set a cracking pace, and then Scott Edwards going on with it.
Well, talking about hard hitters, I think Michael Levitt on the ECN network that we've had, he is probably one of the hardest, top 3. And he has that license in this T20 format to just go, and when he gets going, the whole team sort of gets behind him and they sort of go with him. Sort of Edwards feeded off that energy yesterday. So Canada, they're going to be in for a good fight today.
Just feel like they're taking Vikram on a bit more now. O'Dowd does well to keep that to 1. Another question here with cricket coming to the Olympics, of course, in LA in 2028. Are the USA team poised to make a big leap on the international stage in time to grow the game here? It kind of feeds into that World Cup narrative as well.
Well, they finished top 8 in the World Cup. They've got the free entry to the 2026 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka. And with the Olympics being in America 2 years later, I'm not too sure it'll be a 20-team event, 10-team event. It's probably more than likely going to be just 6. With it just being a 6-team event, I don't know if the USA will get an entry into it. However, I think it just puts more eyeballs on the sport. It's really good that it's gone in. I know some of the smaller nations around the world, the Olympic committees have started talking to them, saying, okay, cricket's in the Olympics now. How can we help in a more financial way or sponsorship? So, yeah, the game's growing, and hopefully at LA 28, I believe, cricket sort of makes a big impact.
Yeah, 6 teams, 20 over format. Belted back, straight down the ground. It's a good strike. And Canada, they have been struggling, but they've at least started to put something together here for the 7th wicket. It's the end of the 15th over, 86 for 6.
Yeah, much better over. And you see the gears have been changed now as we have a close look at one of our marquee events, Vinny, only a month away or less then.
I'll put this up because, of course, we'll be together for this, and it's quite exciting for us. This is at the Cartmore Oval in Malaga, Spain. It's the Euros of Cricket on ECN. It is live. It is free. It'll be on the ECN YouTube channel, but also, I believe, it'll be on various international TV partners as well. So make sure you check your area about how you can watch it. 127 matches this year, 32 countries split into 2 divisions. So we have 2 trophies on the line. It works out, I think we will have 8 finals days. If you haven't caught that before, you need to see it. And actually, a player like Levitt, for example, we saw him last year for the Netherlands in their side. Netherlands 11, typically basically Netherlands A side for that tournament. It starts on the 23rd of September, which is just 4 weeks away. Today, Zach Lancashire comes back on to bowl. Once again, Canada running reasonably well between the wickets. They get 2.
Yeah, 2 more to the total. No, it is a marquee event, so it'd be great to have you or some new viewers tune in this year and get around it. Big sort of 29 balls left in this first innings here. Vinny, Canada just responding well here, these 2. Like the running between the wickets. Good intent at the crease.
Full toss whipped away, and it's dropped. Well, it's 2 mistakes cancelling out, really. It was a ball that should have been put away, but Binsafar put it straight down to Levitt, who grasses it.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Levitt. It was a low full toss. Cachet just losing his length a little bit in this over, and he made good ground, and the old Arnold Palmer straight out. He'll be disappointed.
Kind of off the heel of the hand, really, wasn't it, of Levitt?
Netherlands have been very clean, Vinny, through the ODIs and the T20s, and just in the last sort of 15 minutes, maybe relaxed a little bit.
I love the wristiness of Mova's batting, the way he really tries to whip that bat through the ball, create some pace on it, not getting too much from Zach Lancashire.
Sort of he comes in with that right arm off spin action, but a lot of these balls are actually swinging into the left-hander. It's a little sort of arm ball, keeps the one finger on the seam and angles it in. He's a clever bowler. I like what I'm seeing.
Premeditated charge, turns into a full toss and cracks a 4. The Canada fight back continues.
Oh, I like what I'm seeing, but every now and then, over pitches it. And not going to miss out on that lovely shot. Half a chance maybe for Kroos, who's a very good fielder at cover. Oh, what a good response this is from Canada. 35 for 6. I think everyone around the ground thought, oh no, it might be bowled out 50 in the 50s, 60s or 70s. But right now, a bit of a platform. 130 plus would be an amazing recovery.
Fraction short. This one is going to be a 1 hop up down to Kyle Klein. What about his opening? Oh, he's still got an over up his sleeve as well. End of the over at the moment. And Canada, 95 for 6.
Yeah, once again, Kyle Klein at the start has delivered a pretty amazing first spell to put Netherlands ahead, but they're in for a little bit of a fight. It's not going to be clean sailing. Have a look at the bowling figures, and you see there at the top, Kyle Klein, 2 for 9, 2 for 14 for Paul Van Maker and Daniel Dorham. Amazing figures. Really good to see him recovered from the injury and back into this lineup.
What about the consecutive wicket maidens to start the day? This is unbelievable.
I don't have the record books in front of me, but that has to be up there. Very rare you start a T20I with 2 maidens.
I'm also aware that when you were coaching the Spanish team in Croatia, you had 5 different bowlers bowl maidens in the same T20 innings. Pretty unusual.
Also rare.
We thought it was a record till we realised it wasn't. But anyway, here's Dorham coming back to bowl out. I think last time we commentated together, it was only a one-off game. It was actually during that Croatian weekend. Apart from that, I know because our paths haven't crossed for a while, but that was during the Olympics. I want to talk about some of our favourite Olympic sports to watch.
Oh, I love the Olympics this year. I was really going to, I think when cricket comes in, it's going to actually get a lot more new fans and more eyeballs on our sport that we love so much.
Charges this time. Down the ground, Vikram can't quite get there in time. It's a good pick up on the bounce. But everyone's got an Olympic sport that they wouldn't watch outside the Olympics, like a favourite, like a random one.
I was a big fan of the archery this year.
Archery's awesome.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, agree. I've got a soft spot for weightlifting. I would never do it. Takes this one and puts it into the gap. Again, athletic fielding there to slap it back into play. saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, that's Noah Croce out there. He's one of the better fielders. He's traditionally a keeper as well, the backup keeper in this squad. And I think Lenny was touching on yesterday, traditionally keepers, if you put them in the outfield, they're very good as well. So bit of athleticism there and saves 2 more runs. Top work.
Yeah, agree with that assessment. Maybe just going down the leg side, sliding into the pad.
What a recovery this has been.
Yeah.
Really an amazing recovery. And just maybe Netherlands got a bit complacent and thought, oh, we've got 6 down, we're just going to run through them here. But credit to Canada for this fight back.
Yeah, they're thinking of 2. Well, there's a difference of opinion. And in the end, Mova scrambles back just in time. 100 comes up for Canada, and that was never, well, it seems a long way off, put it that way, when they were 35 for 6.
Yeah, with 19 balls to go, if they can go roughly around that tour ball, get to 140, I think they'll be very happy.
Last ball for Durham. Just kind of patted down the ground for a single. Durham will finish with sensational figures of 2 for 13 off his 4 overs, and Canada 101 for 6.
And not bad when you've got a tall left arm off spin. They can go 2 for 13 in a T20I, but credit to him.
You know, we're talking cricket in the Olympics, and I'm glad to see it there.
It's a bit long overdue, isn't it?
I mean, it once was in the Olympics, and that was back, I think, was it 1906 or something like that?
1904, yeah,
1904.
something like that.
And even then, it was a one-off game between basically some British expats and a British team that were touring. It wasn't even actually meant to be part of the Olympics. They recognised it after the fact. But I suppose 6 teams, you know, I like to see cricket spread across a few more nations, but I also understand at the Olympics the logistical challenges. They're not huge fans of team sports because obviously all the extra athletes you have to cater for, feed, house, and all of that. I would love to see, I suppose, maybe the kind of ECN style format in the Olympics, only because it mirrors rugby sevens, which I think is quite successful in the Olympics. It's kind of a feeder for the slightly longer version of the game. But I mean, I think it is a positive to have it there. Obviously, having cricket as an Olympic sport unlocks all kinds of funding in countries that wouldn't normally be funding cricket.
It's quite amazing that it does, doesn't it? Because it's only going to be 6 teams, yet it still opens up a bit of funding opportunities and sponsorship opportunities.
Vikram switches around to the far end, gets a little bit short, pulled away, and it's been taken. And once again, it's Noah Croce, who was so quick to skate around the boundary, and that partnership comes to an end. They put on 66 for the 7th wicket, but Mova will have to go for 33. Vikram, eventually he does bounce a wicket. It's 101 for 7.
Yeah, brilliant catch. It would have gone for 6. Actually quite clever captaincy from Scott Edwards. He swapped ends with Vikramjit Singh, and if that was hit from the offset, and that's 6, that's the long boundary. And, well, Noah Croce doesn't need the wicket-keeping gloves. That was a fantastic catch. And it breaks a very, very good partnership from Canada. Just a couple of more metres on it, Vinny, but, yeah, brilliant fielding.
It's a good observation. You're right. By switching to that far end, was fighting the wind a bit. And I suppose kind of a rock and a hard place there. You're going to have to hit it really hard to hit 4 along the ground there. So he kind of takes his chances, goes aerial. But Croce was equal to the task. This will bring Akil Kumar to the crease in his first ever T20 International.
Yeah, good luck to him. I'm sure his family and friends are tuned in, maybe back in Canada or around the world. And he'll be feeling a little bit nervous, given a bit of a job here to do. Obviously, 7 wickets down. And plenty of time to make a little cameo or an impact on this innings. Still think if they get to 130, they'll take that considering the position they were in. Vikramjit Singh picks up a wicket. It's been a bit short today. Vikram, compared to yesterday, seemed to hit that good length a bit more consistently. Still picked up a wicket though.
Akil Kumar, born in Toronto, Ontario on the eastern side of Canada. 22 years of age.
Proud moment for him, I'm sure.
It's a huge moment. Huge moment. Dad, he'll feel a lot better after this ball, assuming he's still there. Here's Vikram. He swings and misses first up. Probably won't do too much to de-jangle the nerves. Yeah, Canadian under-19s representative. Recently been playing for Brampton in the Canadian competition. Have you ever been to Canada?
Personally, no. Unfortunately, it'll happen one day. It's on my list.
I've been.
I know you have. I can see in your eye.
It's good. A lot of Aussies over there. They might get two here, you know. Just went in a perfect pocket of space, and it's excellent running. Kumar has his first runs in T20 international cricket.
Yeah, brilliant cricket and brilliant running. Bin Zafar wanted two straight away. They always sort of teach these batters these days. If you can sort of deflect it onto the inner ring circle or around about that, it's a great little training drill to do with batters also. But when you've got a partner that wants it and you can respond quickly, there's always two.
Yeah, Field's well set back, and Vikram tried to get there himself, couldn't quite do it. Yeah, I know outside Vancouver, Whistler, pretty much everyone's Australian, I think, that works there. Confident looking push, won't beat the field. How about you, skiing? You ever been skiing? Much of a skier?
No, I haven't done much of that. And I think if I did go to Canada, that's one of the main reasons you go for, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, maybe one day. Or you could sit in the little cabin at the bottom of the mountain and relax.
I was chatting to Nicholas Kirtan at the toss, and he was saying, because I said I'm actually a big Toronto Blue Jays fan in the baseball. Got family over there. Well, miscued pull. This one hangs in the air for a moment, but doesn't get anywhere near carrying to Ryan Klein out there. But he was actually telling me, and occasionally they throw out first pitches at the baseball. And I actually know during the World Cup that at Rogers Centre, which is the home ground of the Toronto Blue Jays, they had kind of cricket night. And even going into the World Cup, and you got like a cricket bucket hat.
Oh, that's amazing.
With the Blue Jays, like I love those little crossovers.
Canada really turned it on at the World Cup as well. They put their sort of program on a pedestal there. They beat Ireland. They pushed Pakistan. So they're a good team and they're growing as well. Hasn't been their series, but they've definitely got some talent.
Last ball of the over. Goes the slow ball, throws it out wide. Gets a swing and a miss from Bin Zafar. End of the 18th over. 2 to come now. And Canada 104 for 7.
Yeah, the wicket off the first ball, that over, just sort of stunts their growth a little bit. They were looking good before that wicket with that partnership. Yeah, too many sort of red dots there, Vinny. A wicket maiden, a wicket maiden. Since then, it's been a tough climb uphill, but they've fought hard.
I had to get the defibrillator out after that second over. Try and get that heart rate moving. How about Canadian football? What do you know about Canadian football?
No, a little bit behind on the Canadian football.
It's like American football, but different.
Okay.
Longer field, 3 downs instead of 4.
Okay.
Single points. Team names like Toronto Argonauts.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Not making this up. And they play...
They're a sports-mad country, Canada.
They're crazy. And in a good way. Obviously, hockey's huge there. I'm also a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. But I know that my brother's a mad Calgary Flames man because he went to UC, University of Calgary. So got a certain connection to Canada.
You're pretty passionate about the Canadian lifestyle.
No,
That's good.
And they don't like it when you call them American.
Kyle Klein back into the attack. 2 for 9. Amazing figures.
Hello to all the American viewers, by the way. Forward to seeing you tomorrow with your team on the park. It's Klein. Gets whacked away and gets a fair piece of bat on that. That's gone all the way. Maximo and Kumar. Well, he's come out. No signs of nerves at all. That's a classy stroke over a bowler that's been on fire so far in this series.
And his first international boundary. Lovely shot. Sort of a pickup shot. Kyle Klein, the other day versus this team, he had similar sort of figures in his first 3 overs, and then he bowled the last and went for 21. Ravinder Paul Singh got a hold of him. So he's sort of unlocked the new ball bowling for the country. It's this death bowling that needs a little bit of work still.
I still think I probably would have bowled him out at the time.
Well, that happened the other day. Bowled 3 at the top just yesterday and took wickets again, but didn't come back for the 4th due to a little niggle. So he's a class bowler. He's had a golden summer, but he'll want to finish his spell well here today.
Just bringing the deep backward point a bit finer. I wonder if this is meant to be kind of cuttable. There he goes full. That's mistimed. O'Dowd comes in and grabs it. Excellent catch. Kumar will be kicking himself really. Got a low full toss. just couldn't get the contact at all. The miss hit spoons to Max O'Dowd, 110 for 8.
And he gets a bear hug as a reward. It was a low full toss. Max O'Dowd didn't pick it up at first. He actually sort of retreated and then last minute realised, oh no, I've got to go forward, as he sort of showed his teammates. But a brilliant catch in the end. He gets his 2 hands to it. Yeah, he just points there. I thought it was going over my head. And another wicket will go down.
Well, given the size of the swing, you can excuse him for thinking he would have to be on his heels and maybe go back and take a ball over his shoulder, but he was able to make the adjustment.
Sometimes when you get those low full tosses, it just hurries you up a little bit more that you weren't expecting.
Well, that's what happened. And one hand came off the bat. He was late on it. And, well, Maxi, showing a little bit for the viewers as he takes a safe catch. Expect him to open the batting in the second half of this innings. 110 for 8. Before you think I'm getting into the Americans, because I'm not, I'll just say that teams that share a border or country, they always have a nice rivalry.
Yeah, that's
true.
Yeah, it's true.
So I know that Canadians don't
don't
like getting mistaken for Americans and vice versa.
Why do the Australians have issues with the Kiwis then? Because there's no border.
We got a water border.
Okay, does that count, does it?
Some of them can swim. Maxi, of course. New Zealand heritage in there as well. Kyle Klein, though, 3 for 15.
He's had an unbelievable summer, Vinny. He really has. He's just taken wickets in the bucket load.
Gallagher, the new batter. 10 balls to come in this innings. 2 wickets left in hand. Gets the ball right in the block hole first up. McDoran, long way down to the ground for him. It'll be a single.
An important single as well. Bin Zaffar's back on strike, 32 off 35 for the talented left-handed batter. Also a very good left arm off spinner, has a great arm ball. Actually worked with Bin Zaffar years ago in Qatar. We crossed paths there, and he's a very intelligent man, and he understands the game extremely well. So I'm not surprised to see him sort of play this sort of innings and help rebuild for Canada. He'd love to find a couple of late boundaries and maybe get his score near the 50 mark.
Klein would love to go bang bang and finish with a 5 for here. But Bin Zaffar's in the way. Fighting 32 from him. Reaches for this and he'll get a single. Corbett in the chat saying apparently it's an upcoming cricket night where he is for the Minnesota Twins. So it's good to see just a bit more recognition of cricket. And I also think with people moving around the globe and immigrating and spreading out, the cricket's spreading as well.
Oh, it's spreading massively, and I think the last World Cup, I know Andrew Leonard's touched on a fair bit, having all the associate nations involved and seeing the high calibre of cricket really just opened the eyes to maybe the mainstream teams at how quickly it is developing in other regions, and that's only good for world sport.
This time does get more of that low full toss and he puts it away. Handy runs for Canada. Klein, I think, searching for the Yorker there, but Haliger has his first boundary.
Yeah, he gives it a whack, this man. He's tall, and that's a lovely shot. Kyle Klein trying to hit the Yorker, just over pitching it a little bit. Low full toss this time. Doesn't produce the wicket, but produces a lovely boundary. So last ball of his spell.
This time he more or less hits his length, but Klein just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he, in this series? Might have been a backbreaker as well that time. But 3 for 22. His figures with 1 over remaining. Canada, 117 for 8.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. Another good day from Kyle Klein. 3 for 22 as he touched on it at the top of your screen there. 2 for 14 from Paul Van Makeren and Daniel Dorham. 2 for 13. Wasn't the sort of return for Brandon Glover that he would have liked. 2 overs they've gone for 24. Zach Lyon Cachet bowled well in his first 2 overs. Last over was a little bit loose, and Vikramjit Singh has been a bit back of a length today, but he did pick up that wicket of Mova only 2 overs ago. So all round, it's been another comprehensive display from the Dutch. A little bit of a fight back from Canada. They're going to be under par here after what we saw yesterday. Yes, it's a new wicket, but it's not a 120, 130 wicket. You'd imagine if the Netherlands have a good power play, it's going to be curtains.
And also, I still think they'll attack. You know, I think they'll play the ball on its merits, but you don't need to be taking any unnecessary risks. I think you can pace your chase and probably go at this run a ball or so with a minimum of risk. Haliger facing up. It's going to be Paul Van Makeren to close out the innings. Popped very well from that end earlier on. 2 for 14. His figures. 20th overtime. A fraction short, but that is clubbed. It's adios pelota. What a strike from Haliger, who's come out and made an immediate impact for Canada.
He got every piece of that. That's massive. It's over the big fence over there. It seems sort of lock and load. Almost a baseball type swing. Right, uses that left hip perfectly, and that was big.
Time to round the bases. That was absolutely clubbed into submission. That's new balls, please. Here comes the briefcase.
Well, that was his first ball with the new bat as well after the previous one. He thinks got a little bit of a crack or a split. And tell you what, that briefcase, there's many coaches out there that would love a big briefcase full of good kookaburra balls.
Only the reserve umpire has the combination to that as well. So closely guarded secret.
What a shot that was.
A bit like the nuclear codes. That was absolutely belted. Do you think it was a pace-off rolling cutter? Is that what it was from Van Meekeren?
Maybe a little bit of pace-off. Look, they've moved fine leg back now and brought third up. So saying this might be into the pitch and pretty short.
This time he's going to whip it away, but the fielder coming around takes the catch. And Ryan Klein this time. Very athletic work out there at deep square leg. It'll be 6 and out for Haliger. And Canada down to their last bat. It's 123 for 9.
Maybe a little bit of a double bluff there from Paul Van Meekeren. He moved the fine leg back. It was 4 back on the leg side, saying it might be short, but he actually went full again. He got a fair piece of it, but not enough. And Ryan Klein, nice safe catch. Besides the drop from Levitt, Vinny, they've been pretty sensational in the field again.
Yeah, true. Maybe had one just kind of bounced out, didn't he? But apart from that, I think just judging and being in the right place in the first place. We saw Kyle Klein take a very good catch down at deep third. He had to make a lot of ground for that time. Ryan was very quick to kind of sum up the drop zone. And even the way he took it protects the ball. I like the way he does this as well. So he's already into a roll, which means that there's no chance that that ball's going to hit, or the hands holding the ball is going to hit the ground, maybe jolt it out. So Canada 9 down. Kalim Sana is going to come out. He'll have to face the music.
Netherlands with one game to go after this on Wednesday, Vinny versus USA. They're almost on for a clean sweep home try series. It's pretty rare. Usually in the associate world or this level of cricket, you always have one that you let slip or something, but they just haven't done it yet.
Don't speak too soon. A tricky return encounter with USA tomorrow, but I'm going by on Wednesday, I should say, for the Netherlands. But going by yesterday, they didn't have too many problems with the USA attack. Sana, 4 to come. If he can stay there, not a bad shot. Kind of does his job, which I think is to get to the other end and give Bin Zafar the chance. Well, no, actually, they're going to take 2. I don't know if that was a risk worth taking, but
I don't mind that. You've got to take every run possible. And Paul Van Meekeren not too happy with the throw back. Let's have a closer look. So they get the single. Paul's just walking back. The ball comes in, and I think that might be on Van Meekeren. Maybe just relaxed a little bit, or thought it was going to deflect off the other batter.
Probably wasn't unreasonably.
Wasn't an awful throwback, was it?
It's a bit full for a bounce throw, I think.
Well, good match.
It's just short for an on the full throw.
Good match awareness from Canada.
Oh well. Trust the number 11 Sana to bat again. And that might pay off into the gap. And it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, 1 brings 8 because they got their overthrow. Sana, the number 11, comes in and he belts it into the hole. 6 runs.
Well, the number 11s we get at this level, Vinny, aren't the traditional ECN number 11s we see. And that is an amazing shot. I know you've been very busy lately with a lot of commentary around, but wait till you see Kalim Sana bowl later. He is rapid, so really looking forward to watching his opening spell.
Saw him a bit in the warm-up, close up.
Yeah,
it was
very good.
Fizzing through.
Let's say they get another 6 or 7 runs here off the last 2 balls. It's a mighty recovery.
It's a classic ugly 130 series, isn't it, from Canada? Couple to come. Genuine bouncer that time. Swings and misses. That'll be the one for the over. Last ball to come.
Yeah, they've done really, really well to fight back, to be fair. It could have been an egg on the face and bowled out for 70 or 80, but not today. 131 plays, a good power play. You take a few early. If they can get rid of Levitt early and O'Dowd early, you have no game on.
I think you've used your bouncer. I don't think I'm putting it length. I don't think I'm digging into the pitch based on what I saw earlier in the over. I think I'm just trying to jam it kind of full either on the stumps or outside. Last ball saloon for Canada. Does get a piece of this. They'll probably have to take the 2. No, they don't. Probably would have made it anyway. So Canada, they do bat out the 20 in the end. They're going to finish 132 for 9.
Yeah, look, well done to Bin Zafar, who's still there at the end. He came in at a very difficult time. And, well, with some support from Mova, they do get up to something that is going to be under par, but they've given themselves a chance, and they'll be happy with that after what was a disastrous start.
He gave himself a fighting chance. Looked at one stage, they could be rock and rolled for 50 or 60, but they did claw their way back piece by piece, inch by inch. The 7th wicket partnership was pretty crucial, but really look at the batting early up and you can kind of see some of the issues that have plagued Canada in this series, not only in this series even, but the 50 over stuff beforehand. And that was a reasonable strike from Tucker, who was able to get a couple of boundaries away from Klein. He just continued his good form, didn't he? With his 3 wickets, also a good catch that he took. But I suppose some of these dismissals, I mean, there was some good bowling, but also a little bit of loose batting and kind of careless batting, I think, caused the problems for Canada.
Yeah, well, when you lose a few wickets early, sometimes you lose them in a cluster, and they never really responded at the start. That was a lovely catch from Kyle Klein. You just can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Big Daniel Dorham came into the attack, and, well, he does what Dorham does. He picks up wickets.
It's kind of an ugly dismissal here. You're on the sweep. Don't really need to be dragging that back foot. Scotty Edwards very quick to whip the bails off, and then, I don't know, it might have been a bit of double vision there because he was nowhere near that one. Clunked him right in the middle of the pad, going on to hit, said the umpire. So with 35 for 6, it was looking bleak for Canada before they did kind of fight back in the second half of this innings. Lancashire was given a bowl as well. Created an opportunity off a full toss. That was the only real slip up from the Oranje during the 20 overs. Vikram was switched around again. Clever captaincy, I thought, from Scotty Edwards to get that pull into the wind. Turned out to be a catch. And, well, Canada, even though they lost those wickets, and we saw a bit of unfortunate dismissal there for Akil Kumar on debut after he looked pretty good to that point. O'Dowd keeps his composure to an extent, grabs the catch. But, yeah, what about Heiliger with his impact? And then, the late hitting from Sana as well, clawing Canada up into the 130s.
Yeah, just a couple of late sixes will make them feel a bit better. That was Kaleem Sana dragging one wide of off stump all the way for 6. And yeah, credit to Canada. It could have easily been a lot worse, but Netherlands will head into the sheds, probably the happier of the 2 teams.
Well, it's funny because they end up scoring 132 off 20 overs, but really it's 132 off 18 because they didn't score off either of the first 2 overs. Double wicket made, or 2 wicket maidens to start this innings, and 2 ducks up there for Johnson and Pathan. 33 not out for Bin Zafar, leads the scoring and shares it with Mova, who also scored 33. Decent late contributions though from Heiliger, as well as Kumar, and even Kaleem Sana batting at number 11. Bowling wise, 3 wickets apiece to Kyle Klein and Paul van Meekeren, 2 for Dorham, who I thought was outstanding in his 4 overs spell. Came on just outside the power play. Lancashire went almost run a ball there, none for 19. Vikram picked up a wicket in his 3 overs. He finished with 1 for 23. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes, and the Netherlands will require 133 off their 20 overs to stay perfect in this home adventure. Vinny Standard here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers and Andrew Leonard also with us here. You're watching Match 4, and we'll see you shortly for more ECN Netherlands T20I Tri-Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Netherlands. We're in Utrecht for this T20I between Canada and the Dutch. And while we're at the halfway stage, has to be said, early on it was all the Netherlands. They bowled fantastically well with the new ball once more. Kyle Klein standing out with 3 more wickets in his golden summer. But a recovery from Canada, especially those from Mova and Saad bin Zafar, who both made a pair of 33s, got them to 132 for 9 and have given themselves at least a bit of a shot here, which they'll take into the second half. Michael Levitt and Max O'Dowd, the familiar opening pair, have made their way to the middle, and someone else has made their way to the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
Great to be here. Always love coming back to the Netherlands. So much great cricket here. The grounds as well. Obviously, we have all kind of range of grounds on the network, but this is pretty as a picture. A little bit more put together than I heard it was on Saturday night when the storm hit.
Yeah, it was a very big storm, so it was a massive credit to all the grounds staff and the volunteers. And that's the word. There are a lot of volunteers to get international cricket going here in the Netherlands, as it's Kaleem Sana. And Vinny, I know you saw him in the warm-up. Get ready for this. He is quick.
I'm really looking forward to seeing him live for the first time. And you need a kind of shock and awe tactic here, don't you, to kind of take 2 or 3 and start to believe you can defend this 132 that does look a bit light on. We know that in match 1 of the series, when these two teams met, it was a chase of 153 executed by the Netherlands with 23 balls to spare. Levitt in some kind of form yesterday. The spectators were doing most of the fielding during the power play. 133 for the Dutch to keep their unbeaten run alive. Never keeps the first one out. Maxi O'Dowd at the other end. How have you seen his series so far?
Yeah, good also. Yesterday, he got away to a good start. In the very first game of the series, it took him a little bit of time, but yesterday he really got his flow going straight away. And these two are starting to really build a formidable opening pair for the Netherlands. They open in the 50-over format as well. Levitt's known as the more aggressor. O'Dowd sometimes builds into his innings, but they both have a happy knack of getting a lot of starts and converting those starts into 50s. A very dangerous opening pair, and if Canada are to have a shot, they need them both gone early.
There's that brute pace you're talking about. If it kind of throws the hands as it doesn't really have time to get the feet over there.
Well, the scoring rate from the Netherlands so far in the T20s is what stood out. So when they chased that score in the 150s, they actually lost 3 wickets at the very end and took the last 10 runs quite slowly. And then yesterday we saw a batting blitz, a blitzkrieg basically, their highest ever score on Dutch soil. So the batting group's been clicking, and a lot of that goes to Levitt, your man on your screen, because his career strike rate is plus 140.
Yeah, it's a good rate of knots. Sana also a good rate of knots. Fraction short, and Levitt shows you the form he's in. That was quick, but he got the hands through it. It'll pull up just inside the boundary. Akil Kumar. He'll get 2.
Yeah, nice shot. That did hurry him up a little bit, but does find a pocket of space. Have a look here, Vinny. I think the fan was excited to maybe collect that ball, but good fielding.
Yeah, Tour de France, you have the people running alongside the bikes.
Yeah, they
just a bit of moral support.
They get a little bit too close at the Tour de France, don't they? Changing the field. Square.
Do you think the spectators giving it a yours as well?
Square leg goes back, fine leg comes into the ring.
You could see a few people around as well. Obviously being a Monday, not an easy day for people to get off work. The front foot. This time Levitt, bowled by Sana.
I might have stung a little bit. Just grabbing that right thigh. That, when you've got the thigh pad on, you've got the inner thigh pad on. But there's always this little pocket of space that if it does hit, it hurts.
But even I never actually wore a back thigh pad back in the day. But even I know that they're not that thick.
No, they're quite small.
So even if you get a full impact off bowl like Sana, you're going to feel it.
And one thing about Kaleem Sana as well, can swing it both ways. Traditionally can also go across the right-hander.
Natural variation of the left-hander. This one looked to be doing a little bit too much. But still, he's asking some testing questions at the moment, the Canadian opener.
You can see some genuine pace here, really hurrying up. Levitt, who, well, for the last 12 months has looked pretty comfortable. Good to see. I know it's a Monday. I know it's only about 4 p.m. local time, but the fans have rolled in, which is good to see. We had a really big crowd here yesterday, Vinny. It was so nice to see all the kids here. And, yeah, they really enjoyed all the boundaries that they got to watch.
And field.
Yeah, they fielded. The crowd's been fielding very well so far this series.
I noticed that. I was watching. Nice for the over. Oh, that one swung a lot after the stumps. Rover did well to glove that one. End of the first over, and the score is 2 without loss.
So last time the Netherlands played Canada, obviously they were chasing that score in the 150s, and they bowled Kaleem Sana 2 overs at the top, and then didn't bring him back until the Netherlands only needed about 15 runs to win. What I would love to see this time is Kaleem Sana bowl 4 up front. I think you just let him go, back him in. If he can make some inroads, maybe, just maybe, Canada can cause a bit of an upset here at Kampong Cricket Club in Utrecht. So it'll be interesting to see how the skipper, Nicholas Curtin, sort of uses him. But yeah, for me, I'd be going 4 up front. Pretty rare to see that in T20 cricket, but today they need to be special to force an upset.
Yeah, you need to be thinking wickets, don't you? And as a result, bowl your wicket-taking bowlers. Halliger is going to get over number 2. Another man with a lot of height. He will, I think, enjoy these conditions. He'll be hoping to use that breeze. You can see it's left to right on your screen. O'Dowd faces up for the first time. And he does get prodigious movement there, beating the outside edge of Max O'Dowd.
Yeah, actually, at times, Canada have operated with a 7-2 field every now and then as well for this man. He swings it a long, long way. They've got deep backward square this time in third man. Have a look out at this prodigious swing, Vinny.
Yeah, so you see Max plays that line that he thinks, but that movement takes it past the outside edge. Great pictures from our crew at Spring Media.
Actually goes quite late as well. Not easy to play that.
Loses this, but this is big trouble. It's going to be 5 wides, the dreaded minimo. This time he doesn't get any swing at all, and that was near on impossible from over behind the stumps.
This hurts. You've started well. 7 deliveries. Actually swings somehow the other way after it beats Max O'Dowd's thigh pad, and yeah, very tough for Mover, the keeper, to get across to that. He bowled 7 legal deliveries. There was 2 for none, and 5 wides just releases a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's much worst case scenario there for Halliger. This one's going to be called a wide. I saw Max do this a little bit yesterday as well. An occasional give up his stumps and kind of almost dare the bowler to either bowl it at him or to bowl it at the stumps.
Tough call, that.
It's a tough one. You just have to discount the movement. But the line's the line, and yeah, it could have gone either way. Also tough when the ball is moving sideways.
Yeah, a little change in the field. So square leg's going to come into the ring, and they're actually going to drop point back to deep point. So the 2 boundary riders are on the offside due to that huge amount of away swing.
And he's bowled him. And this time he gets it right on the money. Middle stump is pegged back as Max O'Dowd joins the openers with a duck club in this game. There's now 3 members. It's 8 for 1.
Well, you're going to have to look at the statistics, because I think O'Dowd was one of the record holders for most innings without a duck. And he's gone for a duck today. He came down the crease, wanted to be proactive and maybe try get to it on the full or a half volley, but gets completely done by the swing. In Canada, they have a big early wicket.
Yeah, well, there's Derek. He's been pretty busy early in innings today. What would you say there? I know it's easy from the sidelines, but I mean, when you're trying to counter a moving ball, Max moving around the crease, a bit too much, pushing it too far, or do you think that's his game?
Yesterday he was coming down quite a lot. I think that's just moved a long way and sort of done him through the air, and you can see trying to work it away a little bit. So he'll be disappointed as he has to go, but it does mean Vikramjit Singh, who made an amazing 50 runs off 20 balls only a few days ago, followed it up with the duck. So cricket is a bit like that. You have to ride the topsy-turviness, but it was against this very team that he made that quick 550. And
he's class personified, isn't he? Vikram Singh. Left-handers are a slightly different challenge. Interesting one also is the one that went down the leg side, the one that essentially pushed to the direction he should be aiming to the left-hander. It's the one that didn't swing at all. So let's see if he's able to kind of bring one back down the line. One slip in place for Dylan Halliger.
Yeah, this could be a good test for Vikramjit Singh, because he's getting a lot of swing, obviously being a left-hander. If he can start on maybe that 4th, 5th stump.
Oh, it could be gone.
Oh boy, he's singling. There's a bit of bat there. So does Vikramjit Singh, but I think that might be a bit of a guilty showing. I know we've got the camera behind. If he doesn't hit that, if there's no inside edge, that is out.
I mean, sells it, doesn't he? Vikram didn't look too bothered. It's very hard to tell from behind the
It's
stumps.
hard to tell for us, but this is a good matchup actually here. Swing it back into the left-hander.
Well, shows you, yeah, he is getting that movement still to the lefty. Vikram decides to go on contact. He'll get off the mark.
Yeah, a few little twitchy shots here from the Netherlands early. Credit to the Canadian bowling lineup so far. I mean, there's been 6 wide so far as well. Only 3 runs off the bat. So, impressive start. To think only 2 hours ago they were 35 for 6. Could have been a very different tale.
Yeah. Short form cricket, it's longer than you think. Can get plenty of twists and turns. They really had to fight their way out of a corner, Canada, to get this 133. A 133 target that they've set for the Netherlands. Plays outside that one. Maybe that one didn't quite go as much as the batter was expecting.
Well, it's an interesting delivery. It looked like it was going to go. And just sort of hits the wicket and straightens.
Yeah, I just think it, threatened to go, but didn't. And Levitt, you can understand, he's watched from the other end. He's seen a lot of outswing. So he's playing for it, but human reactions, you can't make the adjustments that late. Maybe lucky not to get a little touch behind. Last ball of the over. It's a seed as well. It's going to bounce straight over the stumps. Well, Aliga, it was the good, the bad, the ugly in there. He does get the wicket of Max O'Dowd. He almost gets Levitt and almost gets Vikram too. But at the end of 2 overs, Netherlands are 9 for 1.
What a start from Canada. On another day that kisses the bales, and you've got both openers gone. We have a quick look at the table. Obviously, the Dutch have raced away with their 2 wins. We had that unfortunate washout when that big storm hit in the Canada-USA game. Canada probably were a bit under par in that, and USA would have been disappointed not to get back onto the field. But a win here for Canada at the very back end of their tour would it would lift the spirits a bit.
And of course, if Netherlands win this game, if they do chase the 133, it puts them in an unassailable position in the series, even if the USA were to win their last 2 games. But I mean, even if that turns out to be the case, every game of T20I cricket has consequences, has meaning attached to it with the system, the ranking system. So I'm sure it'll be very competitive no matter what throughout the next couple of days. Here's Sana. But do you think, chasing this kind of target, which is let's just say it's an underwhelming total that Canada have put on the board, do you think that changes the approach of someone like Levitt compared to yesterday?
No. I think the modern day cricketer and this Dutch group are looking to be aggressive. What's happening here is they're being outskilled currently by Canada. Canada are bowling a really good length. They're getting the ball to move both ways. And the opening bowlers, besides the 1-5 wides, have bowled 13 peaches. Really good bowling. So they're going to be positive. They're going to want to get ahead of the rate. Just sometimes you've got to tip your hat to the opposition and say, well bowled.
Watchfully plays this down to deep third. I want to say a quick hello to Jacob, who's a youngster watching from Estonia. Hello, Jacob. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you with us. I see Dave's watching from France as well. Corbett's in there with a few comments as well. And if you'd like to get involved in the conversation, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. Lenny will be back a little bit later on. You can get involved. Make it a 2-way conversation. ECN European Cricket Network. Also, Saurabh Zalpuri is in there saying a special welcome to Kampong for me. Saying just feels right with us together. Also saw Andrew File was in there before. So
A couple of Kampong faithful members there, Vinny. What a club.
now you've got a soft spot for them. This one chopped back onto the pad.
They're getting this ball to talk, this Kookaburra. It's the weather conditions today. It's a little bit cloudy, it's cool. And they're getting this ball to swing and sort of hold its line sometimes as well. And, well, this is an uncharacteristic start from what we've seen so far this series for the Netherlands.
It's an interesting one. I mean, is there an argument for the kind of seeing the new ball off or kind of trying to preserve these wickets in a slightly more conservative fashion than you might otherwise?
I don't think that's the way they play these days. I think if there's any inkling of a chance to score, you're going to see Vikram try and pump one through the offside over the top or try and get under the ball.
Another streaky one from Vikram, but he'll get a single off the outside edge. I want to say hello to Mohit Karan Hamor, who's watching from Canberra in Australia. You ever been to Canberra?
No. No, actually, maybe for an indoor cricket tournament back in the day. Yeah, maybe.
Very big there.
Yeah, just trying to remember.
ACT Rockets?
Yes, yeah. I think I have. I was many moons ago.
Can get cold there. A man-made city, and I suppose they're all man-made, but manufactured specifically to be the capital, because no one could agree where the capital of Australia could be.
There you go. Learned something new today.
Probably knew no one want to move there either. Anyway, coming to come in the third.
Oh.
It's a good seed,
This is
from Sana.
What we're watching right now is some elite opening bowling from this Canadian pair. Sana's been so good. And look, I know they might think, oh, do we want to save some overs at the back end? But right now, you've got to keep these two going. This is some impressive bowling. The ball's going both ways and nipping about a bit. So you're seeing Michael Levitt, who yesterday was hitting everything for fun, 3 off 10, and this is not easy.
What a difference today makes. Sana.
He's got a lovely action, a really long, strong, powerful action.
Cracked away through the offside. And that'll be a confidence builder for Levitt as he strikes his first boundary. And at the end of 3 overs, Netherlands are 16 for 1.
He finally gets a ball that's sort of short and wide, so it doesn't have time to move. Hits the pitch, stays dead, and he laces that through the offside. One thing about Levitt, Vinny, when he does hit it, it stays here. Lovely shot.
He has unnatural power, especially on the pull in particular. I thought he was brutal yesterday. There's a card so far. You can see Lancashire listed to bat 4. Edwards in the runs yesterday, 5, and Crows at 6.
Was Edwards 2.0 yesterday? I can confirm for you there was some highlights watched back after the game and some shots over cover. And
runs in front of the wicket.
Yeah, it really was 2.0 Edwards yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it today if he's required. And yeah, Zach Leon Cachet and Noah Cross. I think Noah Cross is also a very good cricketer. So
I like Cross a lot.
Yeah, plenty of batting.
So talented.
Plenty of batting. Canada are going to need to pick up wickets on regular intervals.
Hailiger is getting the ball to talk. Well, this is up in the air, hanging a long time, but no one can get there. Oh, that's rotten luck really for Canada, who beat Vikram. All ends up there. Hailiger, well, he's frustrated. He can't believe that's found the turf.
He'll be super disappointed because he actually set up for that. They had deep backward square and a sort of deep forward mid-wicket. So they wanted to bounce him out. As here they came running in and lands in the Bermuda Triangle of 3.
Yeah, it sure did. I suppose now we're dealing with North America. We're a bit closer to the real Bermuda Triangle.
There you go.
About time. A floating slip in place for Hailiger. Blast one past the outside edge. I want to say a quick hello to Phil, who's watching from Adelaide. Nice conditions. You must have been to Adelaide.
Yep. City of Churches.
Very nice.
Haven't been to the new ground in the last few years. I heard really good things.
I haven't been to the Adelaide Oval since the redevelopment.
Yeah, I would love to. That's on the bucket list a little bit.
Still retain some of the historical elements, I think, that make it pretty special. It used to have really short square boundaries. Still reasonably short. Driven off the front foot, but deep points back there. We'll keep it to 1. And if you'd like to let us know where you're watching from, please jump into the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and let us know, because I'm sure we've got viewers from all around the world.
And subscribe also if you want to watch more cricket.
We went past another 1,000 recently, 413,000 subscribers now.
Yeah, growing bit by bit.
Well, if you like cricket and you don't like paying for things, I know that you're certainly in that camp.
Well, that's why I subscribed many days ago.
ECN European Cricket Network. Over 3,000 hours of live cricket every year. When too much cricket is barely enough. This one doesn't swing. Yeah, it's pretty much the same ball that went for 5 wides when he bowled it to the right-hander earlier. Yeah, 413,000. It's a lot.
It is a lot.
I will say that when we've done these series in the Netherlands, there's been a bit of a spike.
Yeah, it's been a really good to sort of bring our network here to the Netherlands, and we'll show some very high-level cricket. Obviously, we had Ireland and Scotland on the network in an April period. That was an exciting T20 series before the World Cup as well.
Goes after this over wide mid-wicket and gets it pretty well as well. Pitch is just inside. It's 4 runs. Vikram gets his first boundary.
Well, the other day, Vinny, I know you weren't here just yet, but when Vikramjit Singh came out versus Canada, he just took it on. And to make 51 off 20, it was the second quickest Dutch 50 in their history. And he hit basically everything from the middle. He's a good player. He's still only 21 years old. He's got many years of cricket. Feels like he's been around for an age.
It does, doesn't it?
But he's got years and years, and he's really sort of slotted into this number 3 spot quite well for the Netherlands.
Aliga with the comeback ball. Again, kind of set up in a real attacking fashion there, Vikram. Didn't really time it. Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. As you saw, it was 6 wickets down before Canada could put one of any substance together. So Netherlands will be feeling right. If these two can just kind of weather this storm, a few counter punches, they're in really good shape.
Yeah, that's the thing. Canada, despite all the very good bowling, they only got the 1 wicket. They would have won 2 or 3 in this power play.
Oh, that's a cracking shot from Vikram. Once again, takes on the infield and wins. It's 4 more.
Yeah, beautiful batting, over pitched, and it's brave. And he times it well enough. A couple of bounces over the rope, just clearing that front leg. He never takes that front leg too far across his stump, so he has access with his hands. He seems very good at getting that elevation. Lovely batting, and that's 4 overs down now. The score is 27 for 1.
Nice to see Chris Ward in there as well. Hopefully you're well. And Dave's corrected me because apparently since I said that, we're up to 414,000 subscribers. So yeah, don't forget, subscribe, turn on notifications, and we'll let you know when the cricket is. Spoiler alert, it's all the time. Also, I want to say a quick hello to Alex in Huddersfield, who that was a request for a shout out to her. And, you know, the Beast in the chat saying, I'd love to see the associate teams be given more match time with some of the bigger cricketing countries. I'm sure a lot of people would agree with that statement. Here's Sana, who's back. Hit hard. Well, they decide to go. That would have been gone by a mile. It's a tough one. It was actually pretty well fielded by Ravinder Pal Singh, who ran to his non-preferred side, created the opportunity, but just couldn't take it.
Oh, brilliant fielding from Ravinder Pal Singh. Really good. He moved to his left. He picked it up in one foul swoop, and Levitt had to get the dive out, but it wouldn't have mattered. Direct hit would have been gone. And when you're trying to defend a score in the low 130s, you need everything to go your way. Just one more to the total.
Just going out there, based on what Andrew Leonard was telling me earlier, that you can't have shoes that are not the colour of your kit. Now, are they orange?
Yeah, that's close enough
That's
to the
the
colour.
70% rule. And the shoe inspector, he's been notified, expect a visit.
I reckon he'd get away with that one.
So quick he wouldn't catch him though, Sana. Opens the face this time. Vikram Singh running away, but looks like it's a comfortable 2.
That's such a trademark Vikram Singh's shot. Vikramjit Singh, it's not the worst ball you'll ever see, but he sort of just stays leg side of the ball, and he's very good at finding gaps in the offside. So 2 more to the total. I do like that they kept Sana on. They realise this is a big partnership. He's got good figures of 2.2, none for 11, but he'd love to add a wicket to the column.
Betty in the chat was saying, she'd love to see Netherlands competing in the English county setup. And I think there was a time where that actually was the case.
Oh yeah, the Pro 40 back in the day.
Yeah.
To be honest, they're that busy with international fixtures now. I don't know if they would be able to. They played that
different
many.
World
yeah,
now for
different.
next tier nations. You're right there, actually.
Oh.
Cracking shot from Vikram Singh. That exploded off the bat. It's more fielding for the crowd, and there's 4 runs for the hosts.
Yeah, shot of the day for me. And you just watch here, that front leg stays leg side of the ball, doesn't really move, so that his hands can get through the line of it. And he smokes that. That's a beautiful shot. He's looking good again. 17 off 11, and he's giving this Canadian team nightmares in this T20 series.
You can't time a ball better than that.
No, that is...
That was absolutely racing to the boundary.
He's got a good blade in his hands. That was an amazing shot. 99 off 93 now. Looks a lot more comfortable.
Sana, a fast bowler in him will say, bouncer time. Kind of. Beats the bat, hits the thigh pad. They'll get through for a leg bite.
And one more to the total, and plenty of batting to come. Netherlands, despite the early wicket, will be feeling pretty comfortable at the moment.
Hello to Chris Schinkel. I know that you'll be watching from right here in the Netherlands.
It's great to have so many people tuning in from so many
I love
different
it.
parts of the world.
I'll give you another one. We've got Baz, who's watching from Cape Town in South Africa.
Beautiful part of the world, Cape Town.
Been there?
Yeah.
I have.
Have you?
I have, actually. You are saying you have, but your eyes are telling me that you are telling a bit of a porky. Table Mountain, amazing. You have. I actually played in the Indoor Cricket World Cup in Cape Town in 2019. Last season I played before I was summoned to my commentary career. I didn't want to say, I was going to say kidnapped. I went willingly. Well, we do play in Sweden. Stockholm Syndrome is alive and well. No, I love what I do here. And I absolutely love it. And I also love, the spectrum of cricket that we're able to provide on the network. The Shoegate is pending, but right now Sana steaming in to Michael Levitt. This one doesn't really get up. But a couple on that end that might have shot through.
Yeah, Levitt's still searching for his natural sort of timing and flow in this innings. He's still there, 9 off 15, played a lovely sort of back foot punch through the offside for 4, but besides that has found the going tough. I still think Canada have fought hard here in this game, considering the position they were in.
Sagar saying, I know where he's from. Yes, I do. It's good to have you with us, as always. And we've got Jaskrat watching from Auckland in New Zealand. It's got to be pretty late there. Maybe middle of the night, I think. Sana to finish his third over.
Oh.
Absolutely belted, and Levitt, well, he answers in kind, doesn't he? Vikram cracked one through the covers earlier in the over. Levitt spanks that one through the offside, and 4 runs to finish the 5th over. Netherlands 39 for 1, and you're kind of right, Corey, I agree with you. Canada, they've thrown plenty at the Netherlands, but they don't have a lot to show for it after 5 overs.
It just shows you how small the margins are. That was slightly overpitched, and they cash in as we have a quick look at one of our marquee events at the very end of the year. This is the ECCW, our women's second edition event. Really excited because I'm going to be there this time.
Yes,
I'm really excited.
I'm excited you're going to be there. Now, I've got to say, we had the Melton Shield over the weekend, which was a best of 9 series between the best of Europe and the best of Britain and Ireland. Europe played incredibly well, won 7 games to 2. Netherlands are in Premier Division. Their biggest issue, I think, is a lot of their players go and play club cricket in places like Australia, Southern Hemisphere. That might keep some of their top players out. But, yeah, European Cricket Network, right here, we're committed to developing women's cricket in a big way. It's been on the up and up. And from last year's 5-team tournament, we now have 2 divisions of 5 each. So 10 teams will play in the ECCW, and that's the way we're going to finish the year.
Yeah, fantastic. So do tune in if you want to watch the ECCW second edition, as it does look like there's going to be a little bit of a bowling change here, Vin.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get Akil Kumar bowling for the first time in T20 international cricket.
Good luck to him.
I thought he batted pretty well. I mean, missed hit a full toss, but he seemed pretty cool, calm and collective out there. Seemed confident. Let's see how he deals with the left-hander Vikram Singh. Vikram on the front foot quickly. Wants 2 here. Probably gets it too.
Interesting sort of field here for Akil Kumar. Obviously, we're still in the power play, so they're only allowed 2 men back, but deep cover and deep third are the 2 boundary riders, almost televising that he has to bowl it quite wide of off stump. That time, Vikramjit Singh skipped across to the offside to whip it. But yeah, with this sort of field, you can't get 2 straight.
Goes over the offside this time. Vikramjit Singh hasn't really timed this one, but he will get another couple of runs. I want to say a quick hello to Ben, who's watching from Perth. Of course, that's actually coincidentally both of our hometowns. Good to see you with us.
Yeah,
and
giving a few shout-outs today. Very happy.
Everyone's telling us where they're watching from. I asked for it, so I don't mind shouting out.
All our Willow TV friends, if you can't.
Yes.
Well, if you can't write in through Willow TV, you can always get on the YouTube and send us a quick hello as well.
Jaskrat saying these games are fun and I'm enjoying the last few days. Well, make sure you subscribe and then the fun will pretty much never stop.
Interesting now. So third man's come into the ring. They've gone to deep mid-off, so still 2 men back on the offside.
Went full. Kind of had to with that field.
It's a tough field to bowl to, I think, to start your career. Deep mid-off in place and deep cover.
I mean, obviously you're encouraged to keep it outside the off stump. That's a no-brainer. But if you give too much length, I think Vikram, he's so good at using the pace and kind of carving away. You've kind of got a wall of 3 behind point. That won't be much use if the ball flies over their heads. Small margins of error for Kumar. Steps across. Well, this is a pretty tight one, but unfortunately for Kumar, couldn't pick up the ball.
Oh, geez, that was a good race, wasn't it? Kumar and Levitt going head and head. Let's have a close look in the 10-metre dash. I'll tell you what, a clean pickup could have been tight.
Felt like it was going to be tight. I suppose we'll never know. Again, you see Netherlands desperate to squeeze every single run out of this innings. Hello to Jacob Lambeth and Karen Jones as well. And to Wakas also, who's viewing. That's one thing that's a bit unique about ECN, is that you can make it a two-way conversation. You can talk to us, we can talk back. We always love the fact that we have so many viewers taking interest from all around the world. A couple of balls left in this power play. Kumar, a pretty strong start.
Yeah, I like what I see so far from Kumar. He's trying to get it up there full. He's trying to get the ball to swing. Obviously a very tough over to come in and bowl when you're bowling to 2 set batters in the last over of the power play, but he's showing a good account of himself. I'd love to get out of this delivery here, not conceding a boundary. It'd be interesting to see what Canada do as soon as the power play ends. Surely they'll go to the spin of Saad bin Zafar.
That one kind of scoots through, doesn't it? Under the bat of Levitt. End of the power play. Netherlands in the box seat. 44 for 1 after 6. And I promise I won't keep doing these, but one more. We've got follow through with LVB watching from Worcester. Have you ever been to Worcester?
No, I have not.
I said that because I haven't been there, and I felt like I was bragging that I had been to everywhere so far.
Okay.
So I haven't been to Worcester. Have I?
No, I don't think you have.
Okay. We did have a European Cricket Series in England this year. That was cool. I know that you would have loved to have joined us, but you got a pretty busy schedule. You're a busy man.
Yeah, looking forward to getting back sort of on the tour with you all soon for more commentary around Europe.
Well, you'll be obviously doing the Euros in Spain, but I think we'll work together in Malta maybe later in the year.
Yep. Looks like a bowling change. Parveen Kumar been summoned to the attack.
It's an adventure, though. That's the thing. We go to 20-plus countries a year, so if you're not really sure what we're doing here on ECN, dig into it a little bit. I think you'll be surprised, shocked, and well, I know you'll be amazed. Anyway, yeah, change of pace with Parveen coming on.
Yeah, so they're going to obviously rely on Kumar here and Saad bin Zafar, 2 left arm tweakers to try and get the breakthrough, but also get the dots sort of rolling in this middle section now. The power play has finished. The field is spread. The Netherlands, one feature of their batting, they're very quick between the wickets. Very quick indeed. So they're going to have to be very alert in the field, Canada.
Swing and miss first up. As this partnership so far is worth 36.
They're steady.
I'm not sure there's anything on that, but he just played right across that one.
It's a loose stroke. He'll be disappointed with that, Vikramjit Singh. You saw him just sort of remonstrate with himself and want to play with a straight bat. There's no one in the ring on the leg side besides 45. But yeah, that's loose. He's a better player than that. And, well, the skipper has seen enough. He said, you know what? Let's get into slip here and see if we can prize out a wicket.
Takes this one down. It's a tight single. This could be gone. It is gone. Vikram's run himself out. Well, there was no real need to take on this run. And even though they go immediately, the bowler was snapped back into position. And something from nothing for the tourists as Vikram has run out for 22. The score 44 for 2.
What a pickup from Parveen Kumar. A brilliant pickup off the half volley. Great decision from Rizwan Akram. And I think Vikramjit Singh just got a bit twitchy there. There was never a single. He actually cut that straight to cover. I just touched on how good they've been between the wickets, but that was a suicidal single.
Yeah, it's kind of turning from the ambitious to the insane, really, at this stage. Because that fielder was quite tight in there at cover. Let's have a look. Whose idea is this?
Yeah, it's his. He said yes straight away. It's just a complete misread. The single was never on, and really good pickup.
Yeah, I thought, no, was it Levitt's idea? But no, it was Vikram, and all Levitt did was respond to the call, and he had to. So I suppose it had to be pretty much a perfect bit of fielding. It was, and it results in a wicket. Here's Scotty Edwards coming out at the number 4 position. I thought he would come out at 4. I know they listed Zach Lancashire at 4, but didn't hit them well yesterday.
A different sort of Edwards yesterday, 2.0 Edwards we were calling it, hitting it over cover and striking at above 200. But this is probably a perfect time for him to come to the crease. We know traditionally one of the best players in the country, if not in the world, at playing spin. And you imagine a lot of spin's going to come into the attack. He'll look to work it round where Levitt will probably try and stay as the aggressor. Really, really good pickup that from Kumar to affect that run
Obviously, being a spinner, he doesn't follow through as far as a fast bowler would. Didn't have as much to cover, but it's almost like a keeper without gloves the way he picked that up. It's not Edwards on strike, of course. The run out was affected at the non-striker's end. It's like changing the field. They bring the backward square to a kind of fairly tight mid-wicket. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone straight through the gate, just slid on with the arm. And now it's Levitt that has to go as this game's taken a twist in the 7th over. It's 44 for 3.
Brilliant bowling, angling it in at the stumps. Levitt caught on the crease, sort of looking to run that in between cover and point. Maybe should have been punching it straight. And 2 wickets in the over. 1 a run out. 1 bowled, and Levitt will be disappointed with that.
Just kind of skated off the surface, didn't it? We see left armers do this all the time. Not really looking to turn the ball in a big way. Levitt will be kicking himself there. Kind of didn't really get too much going with the feet. Just kind of tried to work it through the offside, but he loses his pole. And Netherlands now 44 for 3. This game's at a crossroads as it will be Zach Lancashire coming out at number 5.
Well, you got game on here, Vinny. We definitely do. I know Andrew Leonard's been talking about this sort of middle order to lower order for the Netherlands, who they're still trying to find players that can fill that role. Zach Leon Cachet's come into the squad. Ryan Klein is playing as a batter, but traditionally it hasn't really been just a batter. So there's going to be some pressure here. If they can keep going like this, Canada, and pick up the odd wickets, we might have a really enthralling afternoon on our hands.
First ball against spin for Zach.
Well, is it spin or are you just, is that angle? It's tricky.
That's
Left arm sort of induckers here.
Brought that up because his first ball he faced in an orange shirt was against spin. Couldn't break the tie. Last ball the over. Carefully watches this onto the bat. Fantastic over that from Parveen Kumar. A wicket made him, but really a double wicket made him with the run out after 7 overs. Netherlands 44 for 3.
Yeah, they've gifted a couple of wickets there, Netherlands. Vikramjit Singh, a suicidal single, cost himself his wicket, and then Levitt sort of playing down the wrong line. And Canada, well, if you had said they'd be in this position after 6 for 35 earlier today, you would have said no chance. They're doing really well here. If they can prize out Scott Edwards for less than, say, 10, we definitely have game on here.
Partnerships. They're just obviously blown a couple of wickets in and over, but this is where you need that rearguard action. Great opportunity also, I think, for Zach Leon Cachet.
Yeah, that's one thing. This offers opportunity for someone different to put their hand up instead of the traditional top 3. Maybe it's going to be Cachet, maybe it'll be Kroos, maybe it'll be Ryan or Kyle Klein. But to do that, first things first, they're also going to have to get through Edwards. And yesterday, player of the match, batted maybe his best ever innings in a Dutch shirt. Definitely in the T20 format anyway.
Well, maybe a sign of his changing of luck. He also won the toss for the first time in a long time. Right now, he's facing his first ball, and it will be more spin with Saad bin Safar. Kept out. First up from Scott Edwards. This game certainly has a different energy now.
He's a good bowler, Saad bin Safar. He's a very, very talented bowler. And I think we're going to see spin in tandem for the next 30 minutes or so. Bit of pressure here.
Oh, he sneaks this one past the bat of Edwards. I want to say quick hello to Bipin, who's watching from Nepal. I want to say namaste to you. He said, yeah, maybe I could come and do some commentary next to Lenny. Lenny's huge in Nepal. Maybe we could all go together. Taklu Dai. Bowled him. Fantastic bowling, and Canada are on fire. They've been quiet long enough, and what a difference a day makes. Fresh out of luck is Edwards, who goes for a duck. It's 44 for 4.
Well, brilliant bowling. Another one that sneaks through. The stumps are disturbed, and the Edwards goes for a duck here. They are going to have to rely on different players to get them over the line here. Let's have a closer look. Pitches on middle and off, and he's just caught on the crease, sort of not sure whether to go forward or back, and a really clever bowling. He is happy with that.
Yeah, he takes off on the long march to nowhere. Saad bin Zafar. He sends the Dutch skipper packing. And the Netherlands are getting a stern test. And it's going to have to be some players that haven't really had too many opportunities lately that are going to have to try and turn this around. Noah Kroes comes to the crease at number 6.
Is that 3 for nothing? Is that the collapse that we've got here? 3 for none off the last 8 deliveries?
Yeah, they were 44 for 1, and in the last 7 deliveries actually, they've lost 3 for none.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. That sort of top 4 of O'Dowd, Levitt, Vikramjit Singh and Edwards have done a lot of the heavy lifting in this batting lineup for a long time. Someone else is going to have to step up, and, well, some big pressure as Kroes comes out to the middle.
It's going to be spin at both ends for a while. Noah almost nicks this one through to the keeper as well. And it's the energy now, and it's infectious for the Canadians at the moment.
That wasn't far away either. Another batter sort of on the crease wanting to open the front leg and play it deep. Sort of from what I'm seeing from this wicket, they might need to get a little bit more forward here. The ball looks like it's skidding on and getting through the gate often. Big pressure here for the Dutch.
Still no run. This has been such a weird game. To think we started with back-to-back wicket maidens and they're here out of nowhere. I mean, I'll wait to see what happens this ball, but we could be getting back-to-back wicket maidens again. That's exactly what it'll be. Netherlands stuck in the quicksand at the moment, and it's Canada pulling something out. It's 44 for 4.
Well, that maiden as well. To
Yeah.
both the bowlers. Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? So this game has just flipped completely. It's all the 4s, 44 for 4, and a cluster of wickets for the Dutch. You can see there, and they are nosediving under that red line. Credit to Canada, who've just kept on fighting.
Well, there are some beautiful-looking mountains in Canada, I can tell you that much, and kind of resembling the Netherlands innings so far. This is where, I mean, you know what they always say, add 2 wickets onto the score, and how does it look? Pretty ugly for the Dutch fans. Parveen continues. Don't mind that option, actually, because... Oh, they'll actually get a leg by because it rocketed off the pad.
Yeah, no 45 in place, and because he jumps outside off stump early, you're never going to get LBW, so I don't mind that option either, but both these left armers are thinking one thing and one thing only. I'm going to hone in at the stumps. How's your technique?
Maybe that bit of natural variation comes in, whether it slides in or maybe it does grip and straighten a little bit. Well, they're off the 44. But plenty of work still to be done. Pushes down the ground, just beat the man in the circle and get a single.
Yeah, they thought about 2. They'll set off 1 as Kroes is off the market. Yeah, the word's opportunity. The Dutch, this middle to lower order, you've got the Kleins listed in next. They get an opportunity to show how deep they bat. Canada, for the very first time in this series, they're ahead.
There's certain cautiousness that's taken over as well. And that kind of plays into Canada's hands as well. You see that run rate required has just jumped over 7.5 now.
I think they'll be okay if they have to go for 8s or 8.5s in the last 5 overs. This is just a period they know they have to be pretty streetwise.
Well, you say that, but he goes reverse. Bit of a shout. Umpire says no.
And that one also outside the line of off stump and missing off stump. He actually got this one to turn a little bit. Plenty of pressure right now.
It's a kind of messy looking reverse as well. Imagine that kind of balloons off a glove. Gachet still yet to score. I don't think they run here.
It's actually just flicked Noah Croce's bat, so he said no, which is fair enough.
But what would have been interesting is if it caused a run out at the keeper's end. Yeah, moraldilemmas.com.
Pressure. Well bowled from these two very good tweakers.
Good sportsmanship, though, from Noah.
Very good, yeah.
He did obstruct the bowl unintentionally. Was within his rights to run, but turned it down. Last ball of the over. It'll be one. Think of two, but it's not on. Another really tight over from Team Canada. And the Netherlands are 47 for 4 after 9.
Isn't it amazing what a run out does? They were looking so comfortable, but the big thing for me, obviously you have the two left arm off spinners coming in tandem, Vinny. What's the Vikramjit Singh getting run out there? He's the left-hander in the middle. You lose the lefty and it makes the matchups harder. That run out could be crucial in the context of this game. Look at that lineup. Kyle Klein, Ryan Klein. They aren't, well, Ryan Klein selected as a batter, but traditionally hasn't been selected as a batter in the past. So he'll be feeling twitchy. This is going to be a big test for them. And Canada, credit to them to keep fighting in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that run out of Vikram, it's a real unforced error, isn't it? And so far it's had a few knock-on consequences.
I think the different wicket, this is just a different wicket to the other day, and just a bit more purchase for the bowlers.
Use his feet this time, Crows.
Don't mind that.
Get a bit closer to the pitch, and I suppose with not so much turn, you're unlikely to feel like you get beaten on the outside edge.
I like that more than opening the front leg and trying to play it from the crease and punching it through covers or through point. I think that might be the option versus these very talented bowlers. So maybe we'll see more of these players use their feet. Yeah, good again. Good again. Get forward. There isn't too much bounce. Keep going straight. Tell you what, Vinny, you're going to have a very exciting last 10 overs on your hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure will be. 50's up for Netherlands. Bowling a good kind of pace at the moment.
It's quick. It's really quick. Trying to keep you trapped on that crease. Well, 2 balls remaining. They're going to need 80 odd off the last 10.
There's the reverse, bit risky with the slip in place, but he beats the slip. He also beats the infield. Running away, and a fantastic stop. It'll be an easy 3. And that athletic stop saves 1 run for Canada.
It just takes that pressure off a little bit. Release the valve. Good fielding. Ravinder Paul Singh there. And 3 more to the total. Yeah, tell you what, we've got a very exciting 10 overs to come in this game.
Last ball of the 10th. 2's the call, but again, shouldn't get there. They don't get there. And Canada, they'll be believing, but still plenty of work to do. 10 overs down, it's 54 for 4. Big thanks to Corey Rutgers for his contributions in this series. I know that he'll be watching the rest of this game with plenty of interest. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the European Cricket Series. Of course, we started. Day 1 is actually in action right now in Austria. And, well, we'll continue tomorrow from the Sabang Cricket Ground. Donnerstadt, defending champions. They're a very good cricket team, taking on Lords, who are playing for the very first time in ECS cricket. Obviously, a lot of Austrian Daredevils fans out there. And, of course, who could forget the aptly named Cricketer Cricket Club, who are also in action tomorrow. You can join Nish and Rico for day 2. In the air, false shot. It just pops over cover. This time, as it is hit so slowly, they will come back for 2. And coming back into the commentary box to take us through to the conclusion of this game is Andrew Leonard.
Well, hello, Vinny. What a difference 18 overs makes. Because when I left you, and at one point a low of 35 for 6, Canada were at the bat, we thought we had a very one-sided game. Now it's very much game on. 2 spinners have bowled nicely. Sabin Safar's had a good trip. He's had a good tour, but add in Parveen Kumar, who we're seeing with the ball for the first time, and a good late order fight back with the bat on what isn't as easy a wicket as yesterday. There's a bit of turn, there's a bit in there. The run out never helps you, which was a great decision, I've got to say, from Rizwan Akram, who was in just the right position to give it out, only out by, what, 6 or 8 inches?
Yeah, it was a very good decision live. Remember, the umpires that don't have the benefit of the technology for line decisions. And sometimes you see umpires at all levels, if they don't have the technology, they kind of get spooked by those and start second-guessing themselves. But it was just a blown call, really, by Vikram, and he pays the price. That was good bit of fielding, but they were safely home. Noah Crows, it's a real opportunity for him. Talked about that, and obviously with Zach Leon Cachet at the other end to build a partnership of substance and meaning for the Netherlands to keep this unbeaten streak alive. Down the leg side, it's called a wide, even though some might think that he made a big movement outside the off stump. Maybe this is a bit of a harsh call.
I think that's fine. It's a long way down the leg side. This is also a big chance for the Dutch to show that one of the areas that we've identified as a big weakness of theirs, and I think they'll probably even admit to it themselves, the soft underbelly of their lower middle order. They've got a chance to win a game here. And one of these two, or maybe Ryan Klein in next, is going to have to get at least 40 plus. Good individual performance and a good partnership needed.
Once again, right now, the Canada team just kind of jumping out of their skins. Parveen hurls himself to his right to save that single.
This is just why I love T20 cricket. I love all cricket, but a T20 can turn around so quickly. And as I said, this game was over, Vinny. It was all but over at 35 for 6. But Canada, great credit to them. They've shown character with the bat. And now energy with the ball, enthusiasm. All of a sudden they're up and about in the field. The two left-arm spinners bowling in tandem. They're turning the screw, and they're bringing that required run rate into play too.
Yeah, 58 for 4 after 11. This is the state of play with this tri-series, of course. 6 matches in total, double round robin involving these 3 nations. Netherlands, if they do chase this down, we know that they'll secure the series, still with a game to go against the USA. Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Lenny, about thinking a game's over before it is. And people used to think, okay, short form cricket, you don't really have time for those ebbs and flows that you might get in a multi-day match, first class match, test match. Get a couple out here to a deep backward point. But quite the contrary. If anything, the ebbs and flows, they just come quicker. And we've had, a couple of turning points in this game already.
It's been an amazing, complete seesaw really, hasn't it? One point, I think it was 97% to 3%, wasn't it, in the first innings? We got that. Or 93-7. It was something incredibly dominant, given that there was still 3/4 of the match to go.
You could kind of see the percentage as well in the first innings, kind of eking back up piece by piece to round about, I think, started this innings in the low 20s. Canada, certainly a lot more than that right now. Just starting to tick a bit more, though. There was a moment, more than a moment, where they were stuck on 44, and quite remarkably, I know you were with me for the start of the game, and we had back-to-back wicket maidens. Well, we had back-to-back wicket maidens here, kind of out of nowhere. In fact, one of them was a double wicket maiden because it did include the wicket of Vikram, which was a run out as well. These two starting to build a foundation of recovery for the Netherlands. That was hit hard, but well fielded.
I thought Akil Kumar bowled nicely as well, the debutant. Plenty to work with there. But it's been Parveen Kumar into the side, much more experienced, 10 years older than the debutant, even though he's still early in his international career. Sad bin Safar has had a great tour. He's been very, very consistent himself, and Kalim Sana by a distance the standout bowlers, but they've got some support all of a sudden, and as a consequence, Dutch have a real fight in their hands. They don't want to let this get up to 10 runs required per over.
Yeah, resilience is important, and right now the Dutch are fighting back. That's the end of the 12th over, and the score is 63 for 4.
Now the question is, what are they thinking as to the remainder of the order? It's never a good sign when Paul van Meekeren has the pads on. And he's listed, we reckon he might be at number 10. It could be an indication he'll actually be in at 9 above Brandon Glover. Daniel Dorham doesn't offer a huge amount with the bat. Kyle Klein not as good a striker of the ball as his brother Ryan, who we'll see in next at number 7. For the Dutch to get home here, somebody needs to do something pretty special. And look at those strike rates, 11 off 17, 6 off 11. It's not inspiring confidence. Where are the boundaries coming from?
What I will say, though, is that these two spinners that have wreaked a bit of havoc, they've only got one over left each. So this, you probably do have an over or two just to still think to make sure you don't lose any more wickets. Having said that, we see quite a remarkable reverse sweep that gets patted back down the pitch.
Well, it was the snooker cue that came out, wasn't it? Right off the toe end of the bat. And it's not a conventional forward defence, but the end result is the same. Look at that. That's a great camera angle, that one.
Modern cricket. Because I think if you can even squeeze 5 and over off these two, slightly dodgy too, coming in here, but they'll get there. Then they're forced to make changes again. Now, I got to say, I liked what I saw from Akil Kumar in his first over in T20 international cricket. Obviously you've got Sana and Haliger to come back as well, but in different kind of conditions, slightly older ball. Won't quite be working the same way, but I just think at this stage, you're desperate not to lose another wicket to these spinners. And they just might, because this is up in the air. Fielder goes back with the flight and takes the catch. So Zach Lancashire is going to have to go. It's a wonderfully judged catch, and the spin twins combine to snare another Dutch wicket. Saad bin Zafar with the catch. And that partnership gets snuffed out, Netherlands, 65 for 5.
Another really good catch. We've seen a couple today. Not altogether dissimilar to the one that Kyle Klein held down at fine leg. This time it was at extra cover. Need to go a long way back. It's not an easy shot for Lancashire. He's hitting into the wind. Nobody's really had success doing that throughout this leg of the series. It's been held at Kampong, and ZLC can't believe what he's done. He's given it away in the final over of the left arm spinner. Where has he been for the entire trip, Parveen Kumar?
I just think it might just be a misreading of the game situation. I think it's unnecessary risk at this stage. I think sometimes you've got to tip your hat and say, look, yeah, you've got the better of us in these middle overs, but if we can survive them, we're still looking at kind of 8s or something like that. You know, Corey was saying in the commentary earlier, they kind of back themselves to go at 8s for the last 6 overs. If they still have those wickets in hand, Ryan Klein comes to the crease at a crucial juncture in this game.
He never got set, did he, coming down the track? He ended up actually, when you come down the track to a left arm spinner, you really want to go towards him, towards the direction of the ball, but the problem was his feet stayed outside the leg stump. As a consequence, he was trying to hit it away from his body. All he could do was smash it miles up into the air. Well judged catch.
Klein, can he get off the mark? And he will. More backed up.
Now there's a real opportunity for Ryan Klein. We spoke to him for about 20 minutes after the opening game. He came in a completely different scenario in the reverse of this fixture. He'd waited throughout the whole ODIs, didn't get an opportunity there, and he was dismissed for a first ball duck when the scores were tied.
Yeah.
But now he's got a chance to win a game for the Netherlands. He spent a lot of time carrying drinks. He's usually only ever been selected for the Netherlands as a bowler, but he's unable to bowl at the moment. So in a George Dockrell-esque way, he's trying to change his game and show that he can win games with the bat. He's averaging over 40 in the top class at VCC, where he's had a really good season. But it's a different level, a completely different level, and a lot of pressure on him.
Just want to mention that Jake's watching from Estonia, saying hello to Lenny. Really enjoying the technical style of commentating. It's a very informative way to watch. I know Jacob loves watching cricket on ECN, and it's lovely to get that feedback. Right now, Crows will squeeze another single out.
Yeah, great to hear from everyone tuning in and enjoying the action, but what a spell it's been by this man. He had to wait a little while to come in and show his wares. The all-rounder bowls 4 overs, 2 for 10. Career best figures for him in T20I cricket. And look at that, what a spell. Maiden in there too. We'll see one more from Saad bin Zafar. I just wonder, are Canada thinking, should we get more spin into the game? Is Harsh Thacker an option?
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps if it's working, we stick with it, and that could be an option they go to. Because you feel it'll certainly be a different feel when they go back to pace. And whether that works for one team or the other, it's hard to tell. I don't know, Billy Venta was in the chat and was asking, what's the latest rule about the sideline when you're bowling? I think the reason is sometimes we'd see that the spinners, particularly Kumar, the front foot would be touching the sideline. That's not an issue. It's just where your back foot lands. Your back foot has to be within the sideline, but your front foot doesn't. Tucker does come on to bowl now. So I suppose what this does as well is you leave one over of Saad bin Zafar up your sleeve as well.
I think he might bowl the next.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I think just because of he's bowled predominantly from this end, but he's almost kind of ceded that right to bowl from this end. These are the more difficult overs for the spinners to bowl because the batters are hitting with the breeze, particularly over long off and over extra cover. It's going to give you real assistance. But there is such pressure on Klein's shoulders now.
You can't afford to be too conservative either, with that rate having crept out past 9.5 required per over now.
We spoke about it at length in the previous days, Vinny. This Dutch side's been so good in every single way, but there's no doubt they're missing a batter.
That gets stopped as well. Tight one, but they'll get through for a single. Great work by the big man, Aaron Johnson, diving down to his left.
Does well. Doesn't move particularly well because of all those knee injuries he's had, but body on the line here. Canada are just desperate to really rescue something from the wreckage of this tour. It's not quite Lazarus rising from the ashes here, but there's been nothing for them to cheer at all. If anything, Vinny, for me now, they're favourites, and they're favourites in a big way. It's 10 and over with only 5 wickets in hand and 2 very inexperienced batters by an international standard at the crease.
And they're going to have a conscious mental shift to attack as well. How's that going to go? Because you can't just keep padding and looking for kind of ones max. You need to try and find that boundary and over to keep on top of that required rate. And for Canada, okay, let's say they pull this out. They're going to run into a USA team that really were taken to the cleaners yesterday, last time out against the Dutch. And if they were able to do that as well, then and suddenly, you know, there's kind of something to take out of what's been a rather disappointing tour so far. End of 14 overs. Tucker does a good job coming on as the 6th bowling option. None for 3 for him, and it's 70 for 5.
Isn't it amazing what confidence does as well? Just that small final delivery. In previous games, that would have been a single. Akil Kumar comes in, attacks it full of vigour and verve. You saw from the runworms there, they're very much moving in diverging paths. And picks it up one-handed, saves the single. This is the quality and standard of cricket we expected from Canada on this tour. Remember, they beat Ireland in that World Cup less than probably about 6 weeks ago now.
And with Tucker going so well, potentially you could still bowl 4 overs a spin in this last 6 overs, if it's working for you.
I think they'll probably bowl him 2 or possibly 3. They won't want to impose upon the debutant, still very young, all 4. But I'd be surprised if he bowls a full allocation himself.
I'd be surprised as well, but if he keeps rocking out 3-run overs,
Yeah.
I think that you stick with him. He's got the hot hand. Something's got to give here. We'll see a boundary or a wicket fall pretty shortly. And floats down the leg side.
Yeah, that's just been the one slight area of weakness from Saad bin Zafar. At points he's been just too straight. He's bowled quite a few extras and he's been picked off into the leg side.
Excellent pickup. Everything's kind of clicking at once now. The stops are coming in the infield. And Canada, well, they're right on top right now.
And again, it's Parveen Kumar. Amazing what a difference there is between this fielding performance and what we've seen throughout this tour.
Again, just looking for one and not finding it. And this is starting to get really out of control now. That required rate creeps over 11 for the first time. Klein 2 off 7 since he's come out there. Again, just looking to work it. Gets a little something on it. Leg by signalled.
Amazing how you can never quite predict how a game's going to go, because you think about that first innings, you think about what we've seen throughout every single match over the last 2 weeks. There was only one result you'd expect. But now Canada are monster favourites, huge favourites. It's 2 runs a ball are the best part of it. Johnson doesn't look to be moving particularly fluently, often doesn't. And 5 wickets in hand, and neither of these 2 batters are looking in any way like they're going to be able to hit boundaries.
Well, they haven't really tried yet. That's the thing. They've looked to work. But I mean, this is where the rubber hits the road, really. You're going to have to take a risk. Again, have to limit themselves. Want to. Not there. Another great over. What a spell from Saad bin Zafar. He'll finish 1 for 15 off his 4 overs. And with 5 overs remaining, Netherlands, they're miles behind. 75 for 5.
Gonna need something special. That's what we got to look forward to tomorrow. Reminder as well, I think some people might have missed it for today. It's a 2 p.m. local time start. So particularly if you're going to be watching that North American derby from there in the United States or Canada, that will be, let me work that out, on the East Coast. That's going to be 8 a.m. that start time.
5 o'clock on the West Coast? I thought it would. I thought it would be. Are they 6 hours behind or 5?
Well, 6 hours from here, 5 to the UK and Ireland. So
yeah, correct. So
yeah, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Oldest rivalry in sport.
Clipped away. This is going to test the fielder. He's ready for the test. And that was struck pretty well. And no surprises, they go back to Tucker to bowl another over.
Also some good captaincy here from Curtin. Curtin was often hidden in the ring, but he's got himself into one of the high trafficked areas there, and he's their best fielder.
Worked away, but once again, it's only a single, and every time it's only a single, that rate creeps up a little further.
To get 12 and over, you almost certainly need 2 boundaries and over. You definitely need 1. You're very rarely keeping up with that rate with 1s and 2s. And dots are absolute killers at this stage. But they've been a little bit... They've been insipid, haven't they, in this chase? A bit of a lackadaisical nature of the single from Vikramjit Singh. A little bit complacent maybe, and towards the tail end of that first innings they just looked a bit flat. The 2 games in 2 days possibly becoming a factor.
Well, I hope you're sitting down, because that's 64 balls since the last boundary. Over 10 overs since the last boundary, and we're talking needing multiples and over. It's going to have to be a huge turnaround. In fact,
Vinny, there's been 5 boundaries in this second innings. There hasn't been a maximum yet. Remarkable.
2's the call. Probably will get it this time. So it comes into the keeper, but they leg it out. And even those 5 boundaries, we had 1 4 in the 3rd, we had 2 4s in the 4th and 2 4s in the 5th. But since then, nada.
Can't think of any T20s where that's happened. Yes, it's a different surface, it's a more challenging surface, but you have to think of the way in which Canada battled back in that first innings. They found plenty of runs in the latter half, and in the last 5 in particular.
But I think the thing is here, it's not like they can even shape to play an attacking shot at the moment. They seem to be quite reactive, don't they, to this spin attack. And I think we probably will see pace come back as we get to the end of 16 overs. It's 82 for 5.
Well, the only other option is for Nicholas Curtin to pull a rabbit from the hat and say, I'm actually going to bowl this 17th myself, and then just leave 2 at the end, probably 1 for Hayliger, 1 for Sana, who's great at the death. He'll consider it, but the reality is he'll probably go back to one of the seamers, probably Akil Kumar. Looks like he's marking his run up out. Wouldn't necessarily be the worst option, because the Dutch batters would have had to hit into the wind, and they just haven't looked like scoring a boundary off the spinners at all.
Yeah, but it's been an uncomfortable situation for these Dutch batters. It's almost like, I can understand you want to consolidate to an extent, but then you've kind of got to pick a moment to make a stand. And I just feel they've left it too long without even really trying. Now, if that risk backfires, of course, you're disappointed, but at least you're giving yourself a chance of staying with the rate. Right now, I've got to need one really big over at least, I think, to stay in the game. 13 and over required off the last 4.
Well, this is the over for me, this and maybe 18 that have to go. I'm not sure how many you're going to get off the likes of a Kalim Sana. And if you're going to target somewhere, it has to be the leg side. I know even though we've come across the two pitches, it just, with the wind generally piling that direction, it's kind of coming over Akhil Kumar's left shoulder, kind of in a, if you think of almost a long off to fine leg direction. So you've got to try hit with that wind. So as a consequence, with fine leg and square leg up in the circle, you're going to have to find a way to manipulate him into the leg side. Whether that's stepping across the crease or coming down the track. 51 off 24, tall task for the Dutch.
Get one here, but only one. Again, just trying to find the pace of the new bowler. These two have combined for 21 off 33 at a strike rate of 63.6 runs per 100 balls, and just haven't been able to get that production. This game's crept away. In fact, you can argue now they're the longest of long shots.
What an opportunity for the young man on debut, Akhil Kumar, the star of the under-19s a few years back in 2000. That was down in South Africa. Got a real chance to impact this game for his country.
Oh, it goes the reverse, and as luck would have it, finds the fielder. Big risk for no reward. Just another single. It's quite a remarkable boundary drought, isn't it? Because when Vikram was there and striking the ball so effortlessly, Levitt also played some nice shots. You can really kind of trace things back to that moment of Vikram running himself out, and since then it's all fallen apart for the Netherlands.
13s per over. You need a lot of boundaries. They're not getting any.
This one is punched and well fielded down there. Fielder goes to ground, they'll allow two, but they still don't allow a boundary, Team Canada.
If you'd watched Canada in the ODIs, you won't believe it's pretty much the same field on the pitch. Okay, yes, the debutants come in, and also Parveen Kumar, who wasn't in that ODI squad. They've actually had a big impact, these two, coming in, but just from a fielding perspective, they look so poor in the field, Vinny, in those ODIs. Much, much better here today.
This one's hit reasonably well as well, but once again finds the fielder. They won't get more than one.
But again, this goes back to my point, Vinny. They're not targeting the areas of the ground. They're going to get a boundary. There's a deep backward point in place. There's a deep extra cover. And the youngsters just being instructed to come in and bowl at a 6-stump line. Has to be some innovation. I don't really like the reverse scoop innovation because it's a high-risk shot in terms of how many times you'll implement it. You've got to get across your stumps. You've got to hit to the leg side here.
I think the wrap's on as well. Or this is another way you might get a boundary. Throws the hands at it off the outside half of the bat, and that finally breaks the boundary drought. It's 4 to Crows.
Just a bit full, wasn't it? And Kroos, he's probably trying to hit this to the covers, but it comes off an outside edge. You could argue for Curtin, could think about getting deep third back too with this line that's being bowled. I just don't know who'd come up then. Saad bin Safar is going to actually send deep backward square back. Even though Curtin's the captain, Saad bin Safar, the former captain, still kind of very much having his influence on the field. Mid-off comes up. Now you got to come down the track. You got to pump it up the ground towards us, Vinny.
That breaks the drought then. It was 70 balls without a boundary. 70. There's the reverse, but as you said, it's probably low percentage. End of 17. Netherlands 91 for 5. I just don't think you win too many T20 internationals when you have a 70-ball barren streak.
You've just got a boundary. You've just seen mid-off come up into the circle. You've got to hit down the ground there. If he pulls that shot off, everyone goes, oh, what an amazing shot. How many times out of 10 are you going to pull that shot off? That's the question. And even if you get it, there's a fielder there. Oh, he's probably trying to get it over his head, yes. But he's tried it twice in the over. Both balls have been dots. And
well, mid-off up, I mean, yeah, it's a more percentage shot to play in orthodox fashion and back yourself on the drive.
Medium pace, down the track, charge him, hit him straight down the ground, bomb him for 6. All of a sudden it's 42, rather than being 42 off 18, it's 36 off 18. And you're back in the game. Now this is the over that has to go. And for Ryan Klein in particular, who's got a bit of a reputation as a power hitter, brought about from the top class, he has to find the boundary.
Parker does get a third. That was my contention, that if you kept bowling tight, they'll keep bowling him, so he does get a third. Dive from Klein, gets him back for 2. Yeah, Klein, I've seen him with my own eyes. I know he strikes the ball very, very well, but it's almost at the moment he's kind of checking his shot. It's not kind of backing himself to go through with the strike.
Hasn't played an aggressive stroke yet in this inning, 17 balls. I'm not saying it's easy, and I know there's a man at long on, but there's a big gap between him and deep mid wicket. You got to go over cow corner here, get the long handle out, whether it's a slog sweep. And what Ryan Klein's asking is that man on the field or not? And he's right to ask that. That's a sub fielder. He's got to get off.
Yeah, he's not wearing the vest, is he either? Which is
No, he's probably just gone off.
okay. Goes over the offside. This will be a boundary. Is it the start of something? Is there a late run? Is there a late twist here in match 4? Klein with his first boundary.
This is the big over that the Dutch need, and it's kick-started 6 off 2. Can he follow it up? Still yet to see a 6 in the chase. They're just hanging around in the chase. They still need 13 and a halves. 2 more boundaries in this over, despite the brilliance of Kalim Sana. He'll bowl one of the last 2. The Dutch could creep over the line. Game on again.
Now whips this away, but finds the fielder. Slight fumble. Probably would have had 2 either way. Does get Klein back on strike though. He's winning this battle at the moment with Tucker.
And Vinny, you won't believe it, but this is already a career best for Ryan Klein with the bat in international cricket. I know he's only played 18 internationals, including today. The majority of those he's batted down at numbers 9, 10, 11. But he's evolving his game now.
Punches this. Canada pretty happy to concede the single at this stage. Hundreds up for Netherlands, but plenty more work to do.
Vinny, the 2 biggest gaps in the ground for me are the gap between long off and long on, probably about 50 yards, and then long on and deep mid.
Charges at this one, Crows. Again, just a single.
You have to hit down the ground with the wind. He's done the right thing in terms of using his feet, but even there he's trying to hit to the offside. So the place you're going to get reward here is hitting straight and hitting with the wind. They need a maximum. They probably need it from this ball.
Vultures are circling. Symbolic if ever. Last ball of the 18th. Thacker. Again, works it. It's 2 max. Won't even be that. Slips over on the turn. End of 18. 102 for 5. And Lenny, probably a good time to mention those last 2 overs of the first innings when they were 7 down going into the 19th over. That Klein, who they didn't bowl out early, he went for 13, and then Van Makeren went for 15. That was with 8 down starting the 20th over. So those 28 runs off the last 2 overs really coming back to bite the Netherlands. At the time, it didn't really seem like too big of a deal. Have a look at the way their run rate just took an upward turn in those last 2 overs. They're pretty much bang on as far as the comparisons after 18 overs.
Well, yeah, it was 104 for 7 in the first innings. It's 102 for 5. If anything, with the extra wickets in hand, the Dutch in some ways in a better position. But 28 off the last 2. And I think this is a good call. I like this call. You'll say, hold on, why is Kalim Sana not bowling the 20th? The reason why I'm happy with this call, if Sana bowls a good 19th, he can almost ice the game.
I also think this is his end.
Well, he's a world-class bowler, Vinny. He really is, and he's good at the death. He'll most likely come around the wicket and angle the ball in. Klein or Kroos are going to need something remarkable here. Klein's got his strike rate up over a run of ball, but it's not going to be enough unless he can find some maximums. Still cannot believe the Dutch are yet to hit a 6 in this chase.
More pace in can mean more pace out as well. We know that. And it was actually the openers coming back that kind of bit the Netherlands in the first innings. So will history repeat? Sana, I have loved watching him live for the first time. He's a real exciting new ball bowler. Comes back to do a job though at the death.
A lot of protection on the leg side, Vinny. You can probably tip and run 2s into the leg side, but they need more than 2s. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square out. The only man in the circle on the leg side is the short fine leg. And 2 in the deep on the off.
Now or never, 19th over. He's bowled him, and Sana gets brought back and does the job. Gets rid of Klein for 22, and the Netherlands, well now, it's getting quite far-fetched. As Klein walks back, it's 102 for 6.
Majestic bowling. This is left arm bowling of the highest quality. You talk about nailing the block hole, nailing the Yorker. That has probably pitched right on the popping crease, right on the white line. Doesn't get any better than that. Ally that to the angle in from the left armer coming around to the right hander. And there's not an awful lot that Ryan Klein could have done.
And I know we had one over a medium pace at this end, but apart from that, it's been spin, 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 spin. Okay, kind of fastish spin, but this is genuine pace, isn't it? And it certainly kind of catches Ryan Klein off guard as he goes back. His brother Kyle Klein comes out. Well, we've seen his heroics with the ball. Can he do something remarkable with the bat to keep this one a contest?
The soft underbelly, and keep talking about it for the Dutch. Don't have power hitters, not in the middle order. We saw Scott Edwards add to his game, striking over 200 for the first time in a T20I with that innings of 81 off 40 yesterday. But after he's gone, Vikramjit Singh, who struck that 20-ball 50 earlier in the series, Michael Levitt almost always seems to strike up in and around that. But once they're gone, the big hitters at the top, where are the runs coming from? Huge task now, 31 off 11.
Kyle Klein gets a piece of it first up. When you get a single now, it's Crows. His time to put up or shut up, really, because this game's going to creep away. It's got a 3-a-ball now. It's quite remarkable, actually, how this game has transpired.
And you've got to give a lot of credit to Parveen Kumar. I thought his spell was exceptional. Sadbin Safar with bat and ball. 33 not out, remember. When he walked to the crease, the game was all but done. It was 35 for 6 in the 9th over. And he was still there right at the end. So great credit to the former captain. Resilience and character shown. Now they just need to hold their nerve and get back into that winning habit.
10 to come. 30 required. Tries to muscle this up. Doesn't get it out of the infield.
And Kroos is probably a bit like a Scotty Edwards 1.0. We were describing him as Edwards 2.0 yesterday with the power that he's added. He's a sort of touch player. He's a scooper, a ramper, a reverser. He's not a power hitter. That was in the slot. That was there to be dispatched. I know it's not easy because of the angle coming in and the velocity that Sana brings, but you've got to try hit that down the ground. And for me, he looks to score to square, and that has been where the protection has been, and that's why he's getting 1s instead of 4s.
Now tries to get a bit funky, but can't make any contact. Yeah, talking about Edwards 2.0. Unfortunately, today it was just the O. As the skipper missed out, what a difference today makes for him as well.
Duck for him. And we saw this a lot in the first cycle of Cricket World Cup League 2. That was when they had to play 2 ODIs in 2 days and a rest day. And every team in each of the triangulars had to play back-to-back ODIs once. You very, very rarely saw the side win the second of those back-to-back ODIs. It was certainly less often than not. And this time in the T20I series, the only time that factor is going to come into play. So the Dutch going back-to-back. They trounced USA yesterday by 102 runs, Vinny. But Canada had a day off. They all travelled up to Antwerp. They took in the sights of Belgium. They're relaxed, confident. In they come. They haven't been able to pick up any wins up till now. They're just about to pick up a big win.
Yeah, cricket, the great leveller. Maybe have to go for 2 at this stage. They should get it. But, I mean, Canada, it's almost like they had nothing else to lose except another couple of games. I mean, I think maybe people counting them out a bit too much. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, they're competitive for periods of games. Just haven't really been able to do enough in one game to actually get the contest. I would have been really interested to see on Saturday night if they'd played that second innings where they could have defended that 169.
And possibly that was a slightly better score than we thought it was. It was just such a good batting surface, the 1-2 to the right, that we're not on today. One of these, well, this ball's got to go for 6, Vinny, really.
It won't. It'll bang the middle stump. Sana goes bang, bang, and kills the contest. Netherlands look like they're going down for the first time in this series. 106 for 7.
Oh, what a delivery. It's close to unplayable. This is world-class bowling, Vinny. That's what this is. Wide of the crease. Look at how good the execution of that Yorker is. And I'm being a little surprised with the Dutch approach. I have to say, I know it's easy from here to look at a delivery like that and say, if you're going to be ramping one, get down on that, or get down the track, try and turn it into a full toss. You know what he's going to do. He's going to bowl these middle stump Yorkers, and all he's trying to do is squeeze it out for a single, but he can't even get anything on it. It's the second Klein that he's picked up. Sam has picked up the two brothers. The game all but over thanks to an outstanding bowling performance from Canada and a rearguard fight back with the bat. It's 106 for 7, 27 required off the final over. Croce needs something miraculous off Dylan Hayliger.
Well, we like to say it all happens in the 9th in ECN cricket, but in 20 over cricket it all happens in the 19th, and Sana grabs a couple of Kleins and feeling fine. He can sit back and enjoy this last over now. 27 required. Croce, well, he hasn't scored that many in 24 balls that he's faced so far. Yeah, Dutch will be picking this one apart, I think, and some of those fears, I suppose, the middle order, they're about a short. Would seem so. And Canada, in a credit to them, they've really fought back and shown a lot of toughness to get back into this contest. Hayliger will finish things off. Love of the new batter, not facing at the moment. Crows. Let's have a good old college try at this. So try to. Oh, that was a nasty one for Crows, as if it couldn't get any worse. Gets him right in the vertebrae.
Well, this has been the challenge for Croce, isn't it? And maybe just a little bit of insult or injury to insult added. Yeah, kind of hit him in the shoulder. Can he be sparked by that? He's going to need 4 maximums.
He knows he's alive. Goes down the ground, as we've been calling for. Big gap down the ground, and I think that might have even gone all the way. Not quite. It's going to be 4 runs, but it's the first time we've really seen the shot in anger, and Crows try and take the ball down the ground.
Look what happens when you hit straight, Vinny. It's not being protected, hitting with the wind as well. Just the tiniest of strategic missteps from the Canadians. It shouldn't be the 20th over. You should be opening from this end of the ground. You should be bowling the 20th with the wind behind your back. Might be too little too late though. 21 to win off 4.
Well, there you go. Another one. As the bowler gets shorter after getting driven down the ground, goes Maximo. Well, some of the Dutch supporters, they'll be wishing he was hit with the ball about 5 overs ago, because he's certainly been sparked into action. It does look a bit too little too late for the Netherlands.
Finally, one over the rope. It's taken all the way till the 20th over for the Dutch to hit a 6 in this chase. Now, you never know. 15 off 3. Could they get a full toss for 6? That's what you need. You need a 7 up, don't you?
Need to go for a 2 here no matter what. Ball hit to the outfield.
Yeah, he's got to go, doesn't he?
He's got to go. Could be gone, should be gone, is gone. Canada. Well, they're odds on now. And it was smart tactics from Crows. Had to go back for 2, then 2 Maximos could tie the game. But now things have crept out of sight, and Canada, well, they've got cause to celebrate. They're actually going with a fair bit of confidence into their final game tomorrow. Stump removed, batter removed. Crows had a pretty unhappy time until the last couple of balls. He'll be gone, and the score now is 119 for 8.
And critically, you can't blame him for trying, but Nicholas Curtin has got himself into one of the highly trafficked areas, something he didn't do in the ODIs because he's still new to captaincy, kind of tended to hang out at mid-off, but he's their best fielder. You're never going to run 2 to him. Picks up cleanly, 1 bounce throw just where any keeper wants it. Mova, whose glove work has been exceptional all throughout the few weeks, he whips the bails off, and that catches Croce short, it catches the Dutch short, and barring an overstep now, Canada will find their first win of this tour.
Not a bad shot from Van Meekeren. He'll get a single. Well, Jacob, watching from Estonia, has a simple slogan. See Antwerpen win. Obviously the day off, doing the Canadians some good. Coming in, I mean, it always gives you a chance with those days off to kind of reset your goals, reassess where you're at, and I suppose you just got to take a deep breath. You can't do anything about the past. What they can do is something about today and tomorrow. And they've done a number on the Dutch here today. This will be the end of the game, and edge flies for 4, but the boundaries were few and far between, weren't they, for the Dutch on home soil here? And they will go down in the end by just 8 runs, 132 to 124. Canada with their first win of the Dutch tour.
Oh, Canada, you've got over the line and you've deserved every bit of it. What a fight back from the depths of hell, nearly at 35 for 6. They must have been really staring at the exit door, thinking about the flight home. But Saad bin Safar, what character he has shown. The former captain, somewhat taken away, maybe unceremoniously dumped out as captain. Nicholas Curtin's taken over from him, but he's kept his personal standards so high on this tour with bat and with ball. The standout performer, there's no doubt about that today. And you have to say, Canada, they've battled to this win, they've deserved it. It's really the first time that they've shown how good they can be on this trip. It's not a perfect performance by any stretch, but what a turnaround. They get over the line over a hugely impressive Dutch side who were unbeaten up to this point, remember, and they take this contest, a big win to keep the T20I series alive, remember, Vinny, by 8 runs.
Exactly right. So it is very much alive. USA, though, they'll need a win tomorrow if they're to keep their ambitions alive. Join us same time as today. It's noon GMT, which is 2 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 5:30 p.m. in India. It's actually 8 in the morning if you're on the east coast of North America, and 5 in the morning. Set your alarm clock if you're on the west coast. Let's have a look at the highlights. And look, it did seem to be Netherlands in charge early on, especially with that one going wrong. Actually, the pace bowlers, I thought they bowled pretty well. Only 1 wicket to show for it. O'Dowd kind of went walkabout, ended up getting castled, but it just felt with Vikramjit Singh there, and alongside his opening alongside the opener Michael Levitt, they were well in charge of this game. But one moment I think signals the downfall of the Netherlands, and it was this run out. Vikram hits it, runs, gets caught short, and things were about to take a turn.
Yeah, never got the dive in either. Great decision from Akram. Umpire Rizwan Akram, who celebrated his 50th T20I. It sparked a bit of a collapse because soon after we saw Parveen Kumar gets straight through Michael Levitt, and then it was the end of Scott Edwards straight after that. The hero yesterday, the player of the match, he played all around one, might have kept a fraction low, but really it just skidded on as so often it does. The Canadian fielding was much more inspired and much more impressive. That catch from Saad bin Safar crowned, well, a fantastic individual performance, and despite a little partnership between Noah Kroos and Ryan Klein, they put on the best part of 40 together, 37 in total. Klein just couldn't produce anything to cope with Kalim Sana. Neither could his brother. 2 full straight Yorkers proved far too good, and despite an expensive final over from Dylan Hayligger, it didn't matter. Canada, they finally tasted victory here in the Netherlands.
And it was a funny one, wasn't it? That when Klein and Kroos were together, they just seemed a little bit gun-shy to actually kind of make that line in the sand, make that stand, even though it did carry a risk that it might go wrong. But that rate just crept out of control, and despite a couple of late blows, the ship had flown, and it's Canada who registered their first win of the series. So they go to 1-1-1 and 3 points. And throws up a few interesting scenarios actually in this tri-series. 32 for Kroos, top scores, but just couldn't go at the rate required, and the game kind of crept out of hand on his watch, didn't it? 22 to Vikram, looked really, really good while he was there, but then he ran himself out. An inopportune moment. Ryan Klein, that is, 22 at a run of ball. Again, just couldn't get the boundaries they needed. They had a 70-ball Barron streak in the middle of an innings, and I just don't think you win too many ball games with those kind of runs. 2 wickets apiece for Kalim Sana, 2 cracking Yorkers to get 2 Kleins in the 19th. But it was all about the spin and how that changed the game, Lenny.
Yeah, those 8 overs of the 2 left-arm spinners, they just squeezed the life out of this Dutch chase. Parveen Kumar with 2 for 10, and I thought the pick of the bowlers, in fact, was Saad bin Safar with 1 for 15. How good has he been all tour? Few handy overs too from Harsh Thacker, and ultimately none of those Dutch batters crossed 32. We said one of them needed to get 40 or 50. They didn't, and that's been the difference between the sides.
I'm going to say shout out as well. Akil Kumar, I think pretty solid T20I debut. He'll probably be saying, hey, I've been here the whole time. But I thought he batted pretty well. I know he didn't make too many, but he kind of looked the part, didn't he? Didn't look overall by the situation. Bowled 2 pretty tidy overs for 14 as well. Well, I want to say big thanks to everyone for tuning in today. I know it'll be a little bit disappointing for the Dutch supporters, but the Canadians, well, you've got some cause to tune in tomorrow because you'll be taking on your cross-border rivals, USA, in match 5. Just want to remind everyone out there to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. If you love free cricket, then ECN is the place for you. Don't forget to like this video and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. It's the home of European cricket. Lenny, seems like I've come and turned the tables. What's going on here?
Well, you've turned it all upside down, Vinny, haven't you? I'm not quite sure if anyone would have thought that Canada could have beaten the Netherlands after what we've seen throughout this tour and what we saw from the Dutch yesterday. And right now, there is a big, long discussion going on between the lower middle order and the head coach. Ryan Cook is talking to Zach Lyon-Cachet. He's talking to Noah Kroos. He's talking to Ryan Klein, all alongside the skipper, Scott Edwards. I don't think they showed enough intent, and the Achilles heel that we've identified throughout these few weeks, that weak underbelly to their batting, it's finally been exposed. Great credit to Canada. They've done really well. They deserve their first win in this tour. Well, and who knows, Vinny, they make it 2 from 2 tomorrow. Well, they might just be winning this tri-series.
Well, they were pretty impressive the other day against USA. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the last coat of paint on the dressing room walls because I might get peeled off after the Netherlands batting performance there, but all credit has to go to Canada. We will leave it there, but I want to say a big thank you to Corey Rutgers. Again, I know that he will be back with us very soon on ECN. I'll be back tomorrow with Andrew Leonard, but this is Vinny Sandu from Mr. Maximo for ECN, wishing you a very, very good evening. Join us for more action tomorrow here in the Dutch Tri Series. Here's some of the best bits of Match 4. For now, it's hasta mañana.